Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave, your go-to channel for captivating Chinese audiobooks. We bring you 2 daily uploads, ensuring you never miss a moment of the action. Stay tuned, subscribe, and let's dive into today's story. Chapter 501 The battle restarts, Senna arrives. On the battlefield, which was still shaking the world, it suddenly fell into a strange silence. Holding the jade of cold silence firmly in his hand, Ai Wei looked at the truth sect master in front of him suspiciously. In the battle just now, I don't seem to have hit you either. Could it be that So Wu's blow broke your brain? No, I'm sober. The truth master replied calmly, the value of an item lies in how much value the user can exert. The jade of cold silence is of great use to me, so I am willing to exchange yin and yang beads with you. It's as simple as that. It makes sense. Ivy nodded approvingly. But you think I'll believe your nonsense? Putting away the jade of cold silence with his backhand, Ivy showed a disdainful smile of 033 on his face. The value of the high-level chaos secret treasure is clear to you and me. Why? Even if the jade of cold silence is important to you, you can't exchange it for a precious item like yin and yang beads. Truth sect master, you have disappointed me too much. I trade with you honestly, and you play me for a fool. Truth lord, I mean it. I don't believe it. Ivy still didn't believe his words. Unless you hand over the yin and yang beads to me first, let me check them. Since you are unwilling to cooperate, then I have to continue to do it. After silently looking at Ivy for a few seconds, the truth sect master suddenly threw the yin and yang beads in his hand towards the spherical shield in the sky. The yin and yang beads fused with the spherical shield, and the increase and weakening effect on the truth sect master and Ivy increased more than several times in an instant. After gaining the upper hand in momentum for the first time, the truth sect master took out a wordless heavenly book from mid-air. Master of the endless insect tide, you still have one last chance. As long as you are willing to hand over the jade of cold silence, I will not pursue what you do and let you go. If you continue to resist, you have too much nonsense. A sneer appeared on Ivy's face. Leave me. Are you sure you have that ability? Even if it is the same 7th realm, there is a gap. Obviously just a backward person, he dares to look down on me. Rumble. Like waves, the strange energy emitting black light continued to spread from Ivy's body. After leaving a certain distance, these black lights suddenly exploded and turned into strange-shaped flying insects. Since you do it first, then I'll play with you. The negative effects on his body were swept away, and Ivy, whose breath climbed to the peak in an instant, stood in front of the insect tide. I hope you can have a little backbone and be able to hold out until the end of the deterrent. Time passes. At the same time that Ivy and the Truth Sect Master launched a protracted battle, attracting the attention of a part of the 7th realm. Senna, who had set out from the Ilka realm, finally arrived at the void. It's finally here. Without encountering any obstacles, after smoothly entering the void, Ivy looked around with confused eyes. Compared to the comprehensive worlds she had traveled to in the past, the scale of the void was too large. The inside of the world has spawned so many small inner worlds. Some of the small worlds with huge specifications are even comparable to some weak comprehensive worlds in chaos. This peculiar world, even the well-informed Senna, is the first time to come. I remember. The location suggested in the image is a place called Dreamland. As the place where the Lord of the Void lives, it should be more famous, let me ask personally. You're going to the fantasy world. Before Senna could act, a playful voice suddenly came from not far away. It just so happens that I'm also going back. If you want to go, I can give you a ride. Go back. Glancing at the blonde girl who suddenly appeared suspiciously, Senna's face showed a puzzled look. Are you from the fantasy world? It can be counted or it may not be counted. Today is in a good mood, the Halloween Queen, who is walking in the void with a parasol, replied. According to what you can understand, I'm just a temporary worker who was caught working. Although there is a high probability that Suwu will continue to mix with Suwu in the future, it is not yet considered an official person in the dream world. Suwu. It seems that you are indeed the person involved. 011111011221180000. After curiously looking at the blonde girl who seemed to have the power of space, Senna took out a storage ring and handed it over. I was in a hurry to go out this time and didn't make any preparations. It's a little bit of a gain when I arrived, see if it's enough. The Halloween Queen took it curiously, do you mean to tip me? Senna shook his head, since you want to help me, then you deserve it. Interesting. A smile appeared on the Halloween girl's face, I haven't met such a polite guest like you for a long time. If the guy who came before was as polite as you, I wouldn't have bothered to chase him so much. Came before? Senna asked with some curiosity, did he do anything? Well, slaughtered all the beings of a medium-sized world. Despite some shame, the Halloween Queen did not mean to hide or add ingredients. Judging from the breath, that guy's strength should be weaker than yours. However, his 0.0 ability is more special, and he can freely manipulate the soul and make perfect cuts. I was not his opponent alone, and I found a junior to help me win it. Weaker than her? That is to say, is the other party the sixth realm? And this practice? It looks more like the Chaos Evil God. A Chaos Evil God of the sixth realm was taken down after only slaughtering a small world. Senna sighed with some emotion, I have always heard that the Guardians of the Void are very powerful. When I saw you today, you seem to be much stronger than the rumors. I'll take your praise. The Halloween Queen raised her hand and stirred up the power of the teleportation network. Ready, I'm going to start teleporting. Chapter 502, Doubts and Answers, Suwu's Thoughts. This is the dream world. Under the power of the teleportation network, the two arrived at their destination in the blink of an eye. Falling from the sky, the Halloween Queen took the lead towards the building complex not far away. Because of Suwu, the world has become the core of the void from the guest side. If you have free time later, you can visit cities outside the Lord's area. Although it may not be all, most of the specialties from all over the void can still be found. A specialty of the void. Maybe you can bring some back to Jiluo. After silently writing down the words of the Halloween Queen, Senna looked curiously at the town. Is that where Suwu lives? It's a lot more modest than I expected. Because Suwu said that he didn't like the bells and whistles, the Lord Town remained the same. After saying hello to a cat-eared lowly not far away, the Halloween Queen took Senna all the way into the core area. Okay, we're 11. As if sensing something, the Halloween Queen and Senna both stopped in front of the gate. Click! The gate slowly opened from the inside out, and a faintly coercive figure walked out of the Lord's Hall. Welcome to the world of dreams, Senna. Suwu raised his palm and handed over a blood-colored ring that emitted a faint red light. This is my gift for you, bite it. Senna. The void also has the custom of the host preparing gifts for guests. Customs. In the reception room, Suwu chuckled and denied Senna's inquiry. You think too much, there's no such thing. As for that ring, you can take it as a small benefit for me to woo you. If I'm not mistaken, this ring is a chaos secret treasure. Looking at the blood-colored ring that was forcibly stuffed in his hand, Yingna's face showed a slight expression. Although it is only a low-level chaos secret treasure, that does not change the essence of it as a chaos secret treasure. In the eyes of the other party, is this kind of treasure a small benefit? You don't have to worry too much. Suwu's voice came again, the ring in your hand was picked up from a chaos evil god when I went out for a walk the other day. Its effect is to absorb blood energy, feed it back to the bearer to restore various types of injuries, and expel curses. For me, there is no difference between whether there is or not. Instead of putting it in my hands to mold, it is better to give it to the right person to shine. Chaos Evil God. Nodding thoughtfully, Senna's expression became serious. I see what you mean. But before I officially accept this ring, I want to talk about cooperation. Suwu nodded, yes. If you have any doubts, just say it. As long as it can be said, I can tell you. After getting permission, Senna went straight to the subject. I want to know, Mr. Wu, why have you not taken the initiative to expand your territory? Although the void is huge, it is still essentially just a comprehensive world. Whether it is a low-level main god or a high-level main god, conquering other worlds in chaos and perceiving the power of chaos through the origin of the world is the most effective way to become stronger. Along the way, Senna also noticed that the main god level combat power of the void was not much, and the overall strength was not high. It's okay to deal with ordinary chaos evil gods, but if the enemy is replaced by the level of the three pillars god, there are very few people who can use the void. For a comprehensive world with a plural seventh realm, this is undoubtedly an abnormal phenomenon. If you conquer more comprehensive worlds, Sora can at least have a few more high-level lord gods. In that way, it will not only increase the average combat power, but also effectively deter the enemy. Why didn't you do that, but chose to stick to the void all the time? Hold on to the void. Suwu waved his hand. Senna, I think you may have misunderstood something. The reason why I have not expanded my territory is not that there is any internal factor, but simply that I do not think it is necessary. Senna, no need. Suwu repeated again, yes, there is no need. You haven't touched the seventh realm yet, so you may not know much about the limits of the chaotic order. The chaos order allows the world to expand the specifications of a world by devouring. But there's an upper limit to this way. The void has reached this upper limit more than 923 years ago. No matter how many wars are waged and how many precious world origins are obtained, the void cannot continue to expand. 011110112211801170. Since the void can no longer expand, then I am naturally not interested in playing war games. As for the average combat power of the void, I don't care even more. There are so many resources in the void, it is enough to select talents within and slowly cultivate them. It's not only safer, it's also more stable. Even if there is really a lack of combat strength, it is very simple to solve it. Suwu raised his right hand and pointed to Senna in front of him. The most important thing in chaos is a strong person with all kinds of heart knots. Find the target, prescribe the right medicine, and I will have as many subordinates as I want. What is really worthy of me to take seriously is only a genius like you who has the potential to break through to the seventh realm. Can you understand what I say, N.A.? Senna. Understood, but it seems that something is not understood. Chapter 503 The Fatal Flaw of Makan Thales. Suwu's answer is indeed very clear and clear. Although I still don't understand how Suwu's find the target and prescribe the right medicine does it. But his answer, but successfully Senna dispelled the illusion that the other party may be the same kind of person as himself. More importantly, in just a few sentences, she roughly understood the essence of Suwu. A strange person who is somewhat transcendent in terms of strength and thought. For Senna, it was not the most satisfactory result, but it was enough. After pondering silently for a few seconds, Senna looked over again. Mr. Suwu, I have fully understood what you mean. Compared to the side of the Three Pillars God Alliance, your side is indeed more acceptable to me. If there is no major surprise, I am willing to join the Void in the next period of time to help you fight against the Three Pillars God Alliance and other enemies. But, as a reward, I would like you to tell me part of what you said in the video about the 100% way to defeat Makan Thales, can you? Of course. Suwu nodded. Crazy dragon demon tiles, probably the seventh realm born in the fourth era of the Void. In terms of age, he is currently relatively young in the seventh realm in chaos, and his strength is not bad. If there is any disadvantage, it is that he has a strange personality, and sometimes he does not hesitate to use some strange means in order to fight a powerful enemy. I think you should have a deep understanding of this. Senna. She couldn't wait to tear the other party's hand. Because of her potential, he deliberately sent dragons to destroy her world. He also adopted her after the fact, pretending to be a good old man and cultivating her before telling her the truth. When she remembered that she had been grateful to date for this kind of brainless guy, she felt sick. In fact, in addition to his character flaws, Morkenthales has a fatal flaw. Just as Senna's mind recalled images of the past, Suwu's voice came again. He's too arrogant. Arrogant? Suwu nodded. To be more precise, there is no one in sight. The body of the ancient dragon not only gives Morkenthales far beyond ordinary power, but also has a very strong recovery power. Coupled with the fact that he has been fighting all the way, he has basically been in a crushing posture, and he rarely pays attention to his own problems. In his opinion, those weak people who are easily defeated by him are simply not enough to pay attention to. Even if someone occasionally leaves 2 scratches, he doesn't care. After all, with that level of injury, he can fully recover in the blink of an eye with his physique. But in reality, the problem was not as simple as he thought. You mean? As if understanding something, Senna's eyes widened in disbelief. Someone left a very serious injury on his body when Morkenthales didn't notice. Suwu affirmed, you can understand it that way. How is this done? Sina was puzzled. Morkenthales is indeed very arrogant, but this self-interest comes from his powerful fighting talent. Is anyone really able to do such a thing without him noticing? It really can't be done under normal circumstances, but... Suwu looked at Senna meaningfully. In this world, the last thing missing is accidents. sss-level talent, true pain. This is a talent held by a genius like you who was personally cultivated by Morkenthales. The effect is that the attack ignores the enemy's defenses and can continue to accumulate damage in the enemy's body until it is actively activated to detonate. Although that man failed to defeat Morkenthales, he left a permanent scar mark on him before he died, without Morkenthales noticing. From that day until today, a large part of the injuries suffered by Morkenthales have not only not recovered, but all of them have been absorbed and stored by that scar mark. And Morkenthales himself did not notice this, but regarded it as his own resilience and directly ignored it. A clear look appeared on Senna's face, that is to say, as long as I can seize this opportunity, I can hit Thales hard in one fell swoop. Theoretically, it's true, but... After briefly comparing the strength of the 2 sides, Suwu replied. With your current strength, even if Demon Tyreus is in a state of heavy damage, it is still not something you can deal with. If you want to win steadily, you must have at least the strength of the 7th realm. The 7th realm? Senna sighed a little helplessly. I also know that I have to have the power of the 7th realm, but I have now encountered a bottleneck. Unless there is some adventure, it will be difficult to break through in a short period of time. You don't have to worry about that. A smile appeared on Suwu's face. Since I said that I would help you defeat Morkenthales, I was naturally prepared. But before you can tell you how, you have to make enough contributions. It's natural. Senna did not mean to shirk. Mr. Suwu, you can tell me so much as soon as we met, I am already very grateful. If you need any help, just let me know. I like your attitude. Suwu stood up and walked towards the reception room. It just so happens that 2 of my subordinates are about to return. You follow, I have a task to give you together. Plus. Chapter 504, The Achievements of the 7th Realm. Over the World of Dreams. Here, this is the dream world. Standing on the platform of the death arena, Alger's eyes kept scanning the Lord Town below. A few seconds later, as if she had found her target, she jumped straight from the death arena. The luxurious-looking villa in the center is where Suwu lives. Since you know him, just go over directly. I'll go to the Queen first to catch up and come back later. I'm really anxious. After parking the death arena in mid-air more than 10 meters above the ground, Kishi walked out of the passage. After seeing that Alger had disappeared, she was a little helpless to point to the building before leaving. Villa that looks very luxurious. Got it. Hey! Following Suwu out of the Lord's Pavilion, Senna was first attracted by the huge arena in the sky. If memory serves, I didn't seem to have anything like this when I passed there not long ago. What's that? Suwu replied, Death Arena, one of my high-level mixed 800 Chaos secret treasures. Before, I was given a subordinate to be in charge of management, but recently she had an accident on her side, and she even came back with her. Sure enough, Senior Suwu, do you all know? Zhen Kishi, who had just flown over from not far away, landed on the ground and greeted with a smile on his face. Long time no see, Senior Suwu. Hard work, Tian Rui. Taking over the control of the death arena from the other party, Suwu praised. Managing the death arena with the strength of the sixth realm should be very stressful for you. It's fine. Jin Kishi replied, with the prestige that Suwu seniors you left behind, generally no seventh realm dares to take the initiative to find trouble. 11. At most, it is to install some people in and cultivate talents from their respective forces through cooperation with me. Of course, because of the previous rebellion, she wiped out those values. The rest were either brought back by her or directly imprisoned in a cell inside the death arena. With such an experience, she would no longer have to think about managing the death arena. At that time, just those forces looking for trouble in the sixth realm will be enough for her headache. By the way, Senior Suwu. As if thinking of something, Fu Kishi suddenly spoke up, I have successfully completed the task you gave me. The power of the high-order water element, the power of the high-order fire element, the power of the high-order earth element. Including the same type of variant, I learned a total of 13,052 advanced elemental calendars. In addition, I have also comprehended a large number of high-level martial intent, military intent, and the use of special powers such as soul, time, space, cause and effect, and formation. Since there are not many power variants of this type, I don't have as complete as the elemental aspect, only 6032. Combined, I have mastered a total of 19,084 high-level powers, which is almost 3 times higher than the 10,000 you expected. How, am I very good? Not very powerful, very powerful. Suwu praised from the heart, because of the long time, I couldn't deduce the specific ending at the beginning. In order not to let you relax too much, I set you an exaggerated goal in general. I didn't expect you to not only finish, but, BBFB, even overdone, which is really a bit unexpected to me. Thanks to you, I feel like I'm going to have a hard time failing. Since you are satisfied, Senior Suwu, let's sign a contract. A smile appeared on Jin Kishi's face. Isn't what you like to say the most is that there is no shortage of accidents in this world? In order to prevent this insight from being lost, I must transfer it to you as soon as possible. You're right. Suwu nodded approvingly. Airplanes. The magic power that turned into a substantial substance floated out of Suwu's body, drawing a magic array emitting colorful brilliance in mid-air. This is my improved origin contract with the ring of contract as the core. As long as you absorb it into your body, you will be able to transfer the origin of your body into my hands. Just know how to use it. Without caring about inhaling the colorful law array into his body, a smile appeared at the corner of Kishi's mouth. I'm not an enemy captured by Suwu-senpai, explain to me what the effect does. Well, the origin contract has been signed, and my task is over. The death concubine can't go on, will I be given a new task to do? There really is one. Faced with the inquiry of the best employee Kishi, Suwu photographed Senna, who had been in a daze since just now. This is Senna from the Ilka realm. Like you, she is also the peak of the 6th realm. Although there is a 100 million point gap Indiana combat effectiveness compared to you, it can be regarded as a genius who is relatively excellent in all aspects. It just so happens that Alger's side has also broken through to the 6th realm, so you will take the two of them to form a 3-person team of the 6th realm and help me hunt some targets. Hunting? Jing Qishi asked thoughtfully, that means you don't care if the target lives or dies. Su Wu replied, your achievements are enough for me to comprehend the power of chaos. The next enemy will be captured alive if he has the conditions, and if he has no conditions, just go directly. I see. Jin Qishi nodded and held out a hand towards Senna. Then let's get along more, Senna. Chapter 505 The 3-person team, Shabu's counterattack. The northwest side of the void. Comprehensive world Shihengja. Qishi, my side is over. Carrying a female monster with many pencil-sized plant rhizomes sticking out of her body, Senna reported that she had just cleaned up the north of the world and handed it over. This guy seems to be the leader of intelligence, you check, is it her? I'll take a look. Jing Qishi stretched out a hand and pressed it on the top of the other party's head and began to probe the other party's memory. The leader of Giant Star, the mother of stars, has the strength of the peak of the 6th realm. 100 years ago, he reached a cooperation with Yuge, the head of the 3 Pillars Gods, and joined the 3 Pillars God Alliance. I received an order a month ago to lead my main god-level powerhouses to come here and turn all native creatures into temporary strongholds. Like the information provided by Senior Su Wu, it seems to be this guy. A look of disgust flashed in Senna's eyes, another evil chaos evil god. It's normal. Putting a few seals on the Mother of Stars, Qishi replied calmly. Although the 3 Pillars God is not a pure evil chaos evil god, his style is also biased towards doing whatever he wants. There is basically no neutral or orderly Lord God for those who are willing to follow them. Al Chan is back. Boom, boom, boom. At the moment when Yu Qishi's voice fell, stone statues suddenly fell from the sky, smashing pits on the ground to play. Standing at the top of the tallest stone statue, Alger waved at the two. All the main god-level powerhouses hiding in the west of this world are all here. Then nothing is missing. Pulling out a black sack, Shi Qishi replied while stuffing all the enemies in. The remnants of Giant Star have been cleared, and this stronghold can be crossed off the list. Arger asked, what's next? Since receiving the task a few months ago, Alger has been following Senna and Qishi in the Chaos Middle East. With the information provided by Su Wu and the countless hole cards supported by Su Qishi, the 3-person squad can be said to have been unfavorable in the past half a month. Down to the 3rd realm that had just completed the breakthrough, up to the peak of the 6th realm, which was only one step away from the 7th realm. One counted as one, and they all were beheaded by them. With such a smooth advancement, Alger felt the pleasure of killing all sides for a long time. The rapid growth period after the breakthrough is almost over. If there is a 6th realm in the next location, Al Chan hopes to take advantage of the last chance to fight it well. Then you can rest assured, Senior Arger. Putting away the sack in his hand, Zhen Shishi showed an unkind smile on his face. The next stronghold is our last target. Don't talk about a 6th realm, even if you want to fight 3 at a time, I can satisfy you. Alger. Black Circle. Naoko, you're back. Looking at Naeratotip, who fell from the sky and was followed by a large number of main god-level powerhouses, Shabu took the initiative to say hello. Exactly, I have something here for your help. Hey! After getting the information from Su Wu, Naeratotip, who had been running errands for several months, beat his body and directly pulled up his face to refuse. I don't want it. Why do you sleep at home every day, Sabu, while I have to run around outside? Shabu corrected a little helplessly, I didn't sleep much. Also, don't play treasure, this time it's business. Okay. Naeratotip shrugged his head and spread out on stones not far away. Talk about it, what's the trouble? First of all, don't look for me related to the 7th realm. 11. I haven't lived enough yet, I don't want to die. How could I possibly let you do that kind of thing? Ask for flowers 0. Shabu sighed with a bit of a headache and continued to explain. It's related to a 3-person squad on the other side of the void. A 3-man squad? Nyarlathotep looked over curiously. What is that? This is the first time I have heard it. Because they've only appeared in the last few months. Sabu recounted the information he had received. The Lord of the 8th Age of the Void, Argur, the Lord of the 4th Age, and Senna from the world of Finxa. At the same time that you set out and started to win over helpers, these people suddenly formed a team and hunted around for the members of the Three Pillars God Alliance. Not long ago, together with the Mother of the Stars, all the members of the Giant Star were wiped out. The strength of the Mother of Stars is the peak of the 6th realm, and she also has several high-level Lord Gods of the 5th realm under her. Even they didn't last more than half a day, which shows the strength of these 3 people. According to this momentum, I am afraid that before Yuge returns, the coalition forces that I have summoned in advance near the void will be completely annihilated. So you want me to stop the 3 of them? Nyarlathotep waved his hand. No, you think too highly of me. Don't say 3, I can't even stop 2. If you fight, help you hold 1 at most. Then you are in charge of Jingqishi. Hearing Nyarlathotep say this, Sabri lost the troublesome enemy to her. That guy is very special, an ordinary 6th mirror against her, I'm afraid I can't hold it for even a few minutes. As for the remaining 2, let it be solved by others. I will gather the remaining high-end combat power, and there are 4 6th mirror helpers in total. Positive 0111110112211900080. Coupled with the help of some 5th realms with auxiliary abilities, it shouldn't be a big problem to surround and kill them all. Are you sure? Nyarlathotep looked over suspiciously. How do I feel is a big problem? 8. Chapter 506, Silver Key Shielding, Self-Confident Kakashi. Unlike Shabu, Nyarlathotep had personally contacted Suwu several times. Especially in the process of winning over Machanthal's enemy this time, Nyarlathotep, who has experienced Suwu's intelligence, has a deeper understanding of his ability. Your plan is indeed perfect on the surface. But how are you sure that those 3 guys will get in? Nyarlathotep pointed out the biggest problem with this plan. Don't forget, Suwu currently has, omniscient, such as promoting double support. It's okay to say what I said, it's impossible for your subordinates to hide from the other party's eyes. When the time comes when we set up a net, the other party will just run back to the void and lie down to sleep. Wouldn't that be too stupid? Don't worry, I've already prepared for this. Shabu took out a silver key and handed it to Nyarlathotep. This is what Yog gave to me before he left, it's a small shield. As long as you wear it on your body, you can completely block Suwu's perception. Not long ago, I have distributed all the silver keys in my hand. Including the 2 of us, there are a total of 6 6th level people and 12 5th level people who are all outside of Suwu's observation. As long as the ambush is prepared in advance in the world, it is impossible for them to find out. And more importantly, I don't have to encircle them. That stronghold has our whole cards, as long as we guard it well, we have already won half the battle. All right. After taking the silver key and looking it over, Nyarlathotep reluctantly accepted this statement. Then I will trust you once. We're going to have a siege next. At the same time, Jingqishi, who was on his way in the chaos, introduced the current situation to the 2 people beside him. According to what Senior Suwu said, the 3 Pillars God is not the kind of person who will be ignored after suffering a big loss. We took away so many strongholds of the other party, they will definitely find a way to form an ambush. Judging from the deduction results of Senior Suwu, the probability is where we are going next. Senna asked, what about the number of enemies? I don't know. Pukishi shook his head. Although Senior Suwu can combine past information to make certain inferences about the current situation, But under the interference of the enemy, it will no longer be as accurate as before. In order to prevent overturning, we must prepare for the worst in our next actions. Alger looked over curiously, give me an example. Pu Kishi thought about it, and gave an answer, at the same time, we are facing the siege of 10 6th level and hundreds of 5th level people. Alger paused, and his expression became puzzled. Iterbium Kishi, are you a road idiot? I'm not. Xiang Kishi also became puzzled, didn't I lead the way for the past few months? How did you know that I was a road crazy? If it wasn't Liu Qi, why did you take us this way? Alger raised his hand and pointed to the right side of his body, the void is over there, if you don't know the way, let Al Chan lead the way. Chain 7 real number. Looking at Alger who suddenly became convinced in front of him, Liu Kishi's expression became a little helpless. Senior Alger, can you be a little more confident? Isn't it just some little ones? What are you afraid of? Alger raised his eyebrows, do you call 10 6th level people and hundreds of 5th level people small? I didn't see it before, I didn't expect you to be crazier than Al Chan. I don't call it crazy, it's called self-confidence. Liu Kishi corrected, don't compare us with those ordinary 6th realms. With that level of enemies, it's not a problem at all. I'll take on a little more, deal with 4 6th level and 45th level, and the two of you will deal with the rest. I don't have high demands on you, just keep the enemy at bay. After I have dealt with the enemies on my side, I will rush over to help you. That. Senna couldn't help but interrupted, Qi Shi, you may have misunderstood my strength. She is really confident in her own strength. In a one-on-one situation, even if it is the peak of the 6th realm, Senna is sure to suppress it. That doesn't mean she can disregard enemies as human beings like Pu Kishi did. Her strength tends to be defensive, and if the enemy does not have the peak of the 6th realm, she is sure to hold 3 at the same time. But this is the limit. If some 5th level enemies interfered around, she might not be able to hold on. I remember the limit, which is about 3 6th realms, and less than 10 5th realms. Of course, the premise is that the enemies are all normal 6th realm. If there is a relatively powerful 6th realm like Alger, this number will drop further. Ah! Alger, who originally wanted to echo a few words, froze for a moment, and his expression became subtle. What does the other party mean by this? Has she become a unit of measure? I didn't mean to offend. On the other hand, Senna also noticed some problems with his expression. What I mean is that a person like Alger who ranks in the upper middle of the 6th realm as soon as he breaks through is very special. 17. Even if it's me, I can only deal with, 1. Okay, you don't need to say it. 1.6. In the recent period, Alger, who knew more or less about Senna's experience, waved his hand, Al Chan is still self-aware. There is indeed a certain gap between Al Chan and monsters like you who have reached the peak of the 6th realm in a short period of time. After finishing speaking, her eyes moved to the culprit who opened this topic. Al Chan just said it straight. In the ordinary 6th realm, Al Chan can deal with 2 at most. It's more powerful, you can only hold 1. As for the rest, you can find a way to solve it yourself. If we can figure it out, we will sell it. If we can't figure it out, we'll go straight home and report to Su Wu. Senna nodded in agreement, I think so too. Chapter 507, The Hidden Bracelet, The Army of the Black Orchid Realm. Oh, you two are so boring. Seeing Senna and Alger's firm attitude, Lian Kishi sighed helplessly. Didn't I see you guys are too boring, just kidding. Why do you take all of them seriously? It's hard for me to carry on the conversation when you talk like this. Is this time for a joke? Silently glanced at Bulet and Kishi, Senna asked, since it's a joke, does that mean the number of enemies is not that exaggerated? Ah? That's not true. Lian Kishi waved his hand, in the worst case, the number of enemies can indeed reach 10 6th level and hundreds of 5th level enemies. Senna. Alger. Cough, I'm joking, I mean confrontation. Seeing that the faces of the two of them darkened suddenly, Lian Qixi did not act as a riddle anymore. After all, if 09 can break through the 6th realm, no matter how poor his talent is, he will definitely have two tricky holes. It's okay to face one or two. If there are more, even I will feel a certain amount of pressure. Senna finally came to his senses. So what you said just now was a joke, referring to the fact that one person can't deal with 4 6th realms and 45th realms? Yes. After touching his bosom twice, Ji Qixi took out a bracelet and put it in front of the two of them. Confrontation is impossible, we have to use some small means. What's this? Alger took the bracelet and looked at it twice, with a thoughtful look on his face. It looks like a chaotic secret treasure. Lian Qixi nodded. Its name is the Concealment Bracelet, and it was taken by Senior Su Wu from a chaos god named Ning Bojas not long ago. According to him, this bracelet can eliminate all the breath of a person and perfectly integrate it with the surrounding environment. As long as it is paired with suitable concealment techniques, no one below the 7th level will be able to see through it. It turns out that it is indeed a good thing. Alger instantly understood Zhen Qixi thoughts. If you can't fight head-on, then start from the dark. Sneak in first to investigate the number and capabilities of the enemy, and then launch an attack first, and concentrate firepower to kill one or two of the 6th realm in the first place. Even if there are 10 6th realm members by then, our pressure will drop significantly. As for the fact that the enemy exists in the 7th realm, Alger didn't think about it. The person who commissioned this project was Su Wu. From the previous incident of Qixi in the aid chain, it can be seen how thoughtful this man will be in terms of actions. If the enemy really had the strength of the 7th realm, Su Wu would either not send them in the first place, or he would send reinforcements from the 7th realm to support them at critical moments. In other words, they only need to concentrate on dealing with enemies below the 7th level. Move faster. Emboldened, Alger urged. Since the other side is preparing to ambush, they must have speculated about our arrival time. Seizing the time difference, we arrived at the destination first and caught the other side by surprise. Helan World. It's finally here, Shib, Nyarlathotep. A small fireball floating above the world, with 3 burning petals printed on it, opened the world barrier and took in the two who had just arrived. You guys arrived a little faster than I thought. I'd rather go slower. Nyarlathotep rolled his eyes, but this guy Shabu is urging me to speed up all the way, it's annoying to death. My speed is not slow at first, even if I speed up, how can I speed up? Didn't it turn out to be a few days early, really? At this juncture, a few days in advance can also gain a huge advantage. Ignoring Nyarlathotep's unreasonable trouble, Shabu raised his hand and greeted the fireball in front of him. Long time no see, Demanto. Compared to the last time we met, you seem to have become a lot stronger. Demanto replied calmly, the more people burn, the stronger they will naturally be. Compared with others, its race is a bit special. As long as the bones of the strong can be burned, they can be turned into fuel and filled into the body to make their own flames more vigorous. Although it is not very helpful for breaking through the realm, this talent saves it a lot of development time. The most intuitive point is that when he saw Shabu and others last time, he was still a freshman who had just broken through to the 6th level. But now, he has reached the peak of the 6th realm. Since everyone is here, let's follow. Relocking the gap that was just opened on the world barrier, Demanto looked at the two people beside him. The Eye of the World has been maintaining a state of investigation because it is responsible for vigilance. As for me, Yadhira, and you Bozitel, they will take turns patrolling to prevent anyone from sneaking in. Since Shabu gave you your order, we haven't found any enemies approaching. If nothing happens to 040, those guys should arrive at the time you deduced. Is it so smooth? Feeling a sense of uneasiness, Shabu frowned slightly, and looked up at the eyeball that quietly appeared in the sky. Abu, I always feel like something is wrong. Could I trouble you to use your full strength to observe this area in the next period of time? Can. Looking away from Nyarlathotep not far away, Abu Qasr, known as World Eye, replied. Although the consumption is a bit large, there is no problem if it lasts for a year or so. Then please. Shabu nodded. Based on their previous movement speed, the enemy will arrive in 10 days. Of course, they are people from the fantasy world after all, and there is a high probability that they will notice something is wrong. It's possible to arrive early or sneak in. As long as you notice anything wrong, just report to me directly. With Nayazi and I here, no matter what hidden means the enemy has, it will be useless. Abu Qasr. Can he say that something feels wrong right now? Chapter 508, Kishi's Mistake, the Final Goal. As one of Yog's direct subordinates, the ability of the Eye of the World involves time and space. Of course, it is different from the existence of Yog who directly walks the way of time and space. His application of space-time support is more inclined to support. With the help of the power of time and space, the Eye of the World, which has a strong observation ability, can easily see through the long river of time. Under special conditions, he can even observe the positions of those 8th realms that have not concealed their existence. Of course, if you do this, there is a certain probability that it will attract the attention of those big shots. Maybe whoever got up and glanced at him, he would pay a huge price. In order to prevent itself from inexplicable sudden death, under normal circumstances, the Eyes of the World will limit part of its own abilities, and only observe the situation in a specific area. From this point, it can be seen how extraordinary the investigative ability possessed by the Eye of the World is. This is also the reason why Shabu trusted the other party and entrusted the other party with full authority to investigate. But, just as Shabu trusted the Eye of the World itself became a little unconfident. After looking repeatedly between Shabu and Nyarlathotep several times, the Eye of the World that just appeared finally chose to ask. Shabu, Nyarlathotep. When the two of you came here, did you get any strange things on it? Weird stuff. Shabu looked over suspiciously. What do you mean? I am not sure as well. From the huge eyeball of the Eye of the World, a huge beam of light shot out and enveloped the two of them. I just feel that there seems to be something strange coming in with you two. Although the aura only leaked for a moment, I felt an unprecedented killing intent. I only feel the killing intent. Did you not find a specific target? Shabu subconsciously looked at Nyarlathotep beside him. Nyarlathotep, it must be your fault. Nyarlathotep. Shabu. What do you mean? Nyarlathotep became upset in an instant. I asked you to be a young man when I returned to the Black Rang realm, and when I came here on the way, you still looked at me seriously. Even if I have the ability to hide from the perception of the Eye of the World, I don't have the time to make small moves. Forcibly pulled me here, and now you suspect that I brought people to smuggle people, let you tell all the good and bad things. If it weren't for seeing that you are a three-pillar god like me, I would like to knock a stick down and punch a hole in your head to see what you think. Calm down, Nako. Unexpectedly, Shabu sighed. I didn't doubt what you meant. It's just that you like to make pranks more, and you have done such things before, so I'm just asking. Nyarlathotep didn't give Shabu a good look. I think you think I'm a fool. With a cold snort of dissatisfaction, Nyarlathotep looked at the Eye of the World in the sky. Can you hurry up? I haven't finished the inspection in such a long time. As far as your efficiency is concerned, don't call it the Eye of the World, it's almost the same as the Eye of the Tortoise. Eyes of the World. If you can't beat Shabu, you can just spread your temper on him, right? Looking at Shabu and Nyarlathotep with some resentment, the Eye of the World dissipated the light beam. The inspection is over, there is nothing wrong with the two of you. Maybe, the one just now was my illusion. It doesn't have to be an illusion, Shabu denies. We're going to look at anomalous situations for the worst. Although it is difficult to hide from your perception below the 7th level, it is not completely impossible. Eye of the world, just take that feeling as an enemy sneaking in. Next, maintain full power observation, don't let go of any corner of the black half world. It's really cautious. While Shabu and others were having a conversation, Lu Kishi's figure appeared on a mountain not far away. It's a pity, it was a good opportunity. That's right, the one who showed murderous intent to the eye of the world just now was the one who filled in behind Nyarlathotep. As for why such a low-level mistake was made, the reason is also very simple. This familiar gaze, it should be the guy who has been spying on me at the end of the 8th era. Sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak, Lu Kishi looked calmly at the eye of the world in the distance. Due to the Tower of Gods and Demons, the void will be invaded by a large number of chaos evil gods at the end of each era. Although since the 3rd era, the quality and quantity of the invading chaos gods have declined significantly. But every time there is an invasion, there are varying numbers of 5th realm infiltrating. Especially in the 8th era where Lu Kishi lived, the number of chaos gods who invaded at that time directly broke the invasion record after the 3rd era. Of course, Pu Kishi is not someone who won't fight back after being beaten. At that time, she had already made her debut, and directly, Li Lihao, cut down a dozen 5th level gods and a large number of low-level main gods at the end of the 8th era. After the end of the 8th era, she maintained the operation of the Death Arena while collecting information to hunt down the evil god of chaos who fled from the void at that time. To this day, she basically made specimens of those chaotic evil gods that ran away from the void, and hung them on the walls of the Death Arena. As for the big eyeball not far away, because she was only spying in the dark at that time, she never found it. Maybe it's fate. I haven't found you after searching for so long. I wasn't even going to look for it, but you showed up instead. Xiang Kishi smiled, and his figure disappeared in place. Since I caught you this time, let's kill you here. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 509 Nervous Shib, News from Yog. P.S. Written at the beginning, the previous chapter has been submitted for review. I thought there were dozens of follow-up subscriptions to this book and wanted to make a small nest, but Fei Lu refused to let it go, so forget it. After review, it will probably be released tomorrow. Although he wanted to get rid of his old enemy immediately, Pu Kishi was not in a hurry to make a move. She has not forgotten the main purpose of her sneaking in this time. Before investigating the full number and capabilities of the enemy, rashly making a move would only harm himself and Alger and the others. Nyarlathotep, Shub Nicholas, Yuma Enja, and Abukasar, the eye of the world. Hanging far behind Nyarlathotep and others, Xiang Kishi silently calculated the information collected so far. There are a total of 4 6th level powerhouses that I have seen so far. It has to be said that the lineup of Sanzushan is even more luxurious than she expected. Except for Yog in the 7th realm, the remaining 2 3-pillar gods were all present. 2 peak powerhouses who are only one step away from the 7th realm, and Uma Ento who has just reached the peak of the 6th realm. The 4 6th level players, except for the support of the Eye of the World, the remaining 3 are all at the peak of the 6th level. What's even more exaggerated is that this is not the entire lineup of the enemy. She has heard what Amon Ento, Shabu and others said before. Long before Shabu and Nyarlathotep arrived, there were already 4 6th level people in this world. The Eye of the World and Umanto who are currently on the scene are so strong, and the remaining 2 are probably not much worse. In this way, Senior Suwu really gave me a troublesome task. Lu Kishi had a headache, assuming that the remaining 2 are also at the peak of the 6th realm, then there are 5 peaks of the 6th realm. With this lineup alone, it is already difficult to solve. If the rest of the 5th realm are all top-notch configurations, then we may really need to consider Senior Alger's proposal. End the mission ahead of schedule and return to the fantasy world. Although this is a bit embarrassing, it is better than forcibly taking action and losing your life. Forget it, let's take a look. Silently glanced at the huge eyeballs that had been following Nyarlathotep and the others, a sneer appeared on Xiang Qixi's face. Anyway, at least one must be killed. Seemingly feeling the thoughts of Xia Qixi, the eyeballs in the sky subconsciously swept towards the open space behind. What's wrong? Pay attention to the movement of the eye of the world, Shabu looked over immediately. Did you find anything? No. The eye of the world truthfully replied, I just suddenly felt a chill. Cold. Shabu nodded thoughtfully, it may be that the secret enemy is planning to attack you first. Judging from the current situation, only you can feel the movement of the other party. If something happens to you, then the possibility of us finding out the other party will be greatly reduced. At that time, the two sides will call for their positions, and the enemy is in the dark and we are in the clear. What was originally a trap to encircle and suppress the enemy could easily become their coffin. Nayazi, why don't you act with Abu for a while to protect his safety? Ha! Nyarlathotep looked over suspiciously, Shabu, I think your brain is really broken. This guy is a sixth realm anyway, and someone can steal him right under our noses. I think what Nyarlathotep said makes sense. A silent voice suddenly came from the palace not far ahead. 0. Under the watchful eyes of Nyarlathotep and the others, a monster with a pair of black bat wings on its back and a body full of black hands walked out slowly. Goddess of darkness and abundance, Shabu Nicholas. You are one of the three pillar gods, you are too nervous. Regardless of whether there are enemies lurking in the dark, even if there is no problem. No matter how bad the eye of the world is, it can last at least 10 breaths. Such a long time is enough for all of us to go back and forth to any place in Helan. When the time comes to face the siege of all of us, she, a headless fly hiding in the dark and not daring to show her head, how can she be our opponent? You're right, EPO. After Shabu was silent for a few seconds, his expression suddenly relaxed. Yog disappeared, and the high-ranking gods in the alliance were defeated by the enemy one after another, which really made me overextended. A monster with bat wings, Upozitel nodded in satisfaction, it's good that you can calm down. In fact, I can also understand how much anxiety Master Yog's disappearance has caused you. But you don't have to worry, Lord Yog just got into a little trouble. He had contacted me remotely before, saying that he didn't have any problems. In a month at most, she will return from the long river of time and space. Before that, we just need to protect this stronghold and prevent the enemy from breaking into the core area and destroying our arrangement. 1 month. Hearing what Ebo said, Shabu heaved a sigh of relief. Then it doesn't seem like a big problem. 1000. Chapter 510, Kishi, I have a bold idea. Same as Abugasar, the eye of the world. The monster with huge bat wings, Ubozitel, is also Yog's direct subordinate. And different from the eye of the world, Ubo has a more comprehensive control and application of the power of time and space. If there is anyone who can communicate with Yog in the long river of time and space, then Ubo is the only one. Since the other party said that Yog will come back within a month, the result can basically be concluded. If there is no accident, the day Yog returns is the day we will completely fight against the void. In the huge palace, Shabu, who was sitting at the top, talked about his latest 3-2-3 battle plan. Everyone here should also understand that the reason why we defined Helen as an ambush location is because the Yogs have set up a large number of boundary-breaking circles in this world. Under the transformation of these boundary-breaking arrays, the Black Orchid realm itself has become a huge offensive weapon. If the other strongholds are lost, at most they will lose some manpower. If this place is lost, it means that we have lost a trump card to break through the surface protection of the void. To prevent that kind of thing from happening, Nayazi and I will stay here with you for the next month. That's really reassuring. At the end of the conference table, a delicate woman raised her head with a charming smile on her face. Three Pillars God Cheer is in charge of the field, and there are top experts like Amon Ento and Yubo to help. Guys like me with average combat effectiveness and average abilities can fish with peace of mind. In your dreams. Opposite the delicate woman, Nyarlathotep, who was lying on the table in a daze, rolled his eyes at her. Even if you want to catch fish, I will come first. Yudhira shrugged, if you want to grab this kind of thing, your character really hasn't changed. But who is qualified to fish? It seems that Lord Nyarlathotep is not qualified to decide. You say so, Angel. Give it up, Yidra. After calmly glanced at Nyarlathotep and Idra, Shabu replied. Even if you talk to me in a respectful tone, I can't make you dare not do anything. On the contrary, your workload is second only to Abu. Which with thousand faces Yudhira, a special sixth realm with the ability to split and combine freely. The reason why Shabu mobilized the other party here was because of this special ability. Although Ibo told me not to be too nervous, I still need to be cautious. Since Abu sensed something was wrong before, we simply assumed that the enemy had already infiltrated into the Black Orchid realm and carried out defensive deployment. Among them, I need you, Yudhira, to split out some clones and sneak into the middle and lower ranks of the coalition forces. Although the original plan was to set up traps and ambush. But if the enemy has sneaked into the world, they will naturally notice that the number of enemies in this world is not right. In exchange for Shabu, even if she gave up the attack, she would definitely collect enough information to give to Silwu before leaving. There are only a few ways to gather intelligence. With the eyes of the world, no matter how powerful the opponent is, it is impossible to directly follow them to collect information. Under such circumstances, the most convenient way is to start from the middle and lower levels of the coalition forces. Now that we know what the enemy will do, the next thing to do is to counter Zero. There is no doubt that Yidra is the most qualified person for the job. Oh, what a hassle! Agreeing with this thought, Yidra sighed and waved his hand lazily. Since Master Shabu has said so, then I naturally have no ability to refuse. Then please. Shabu's eyes shifted to the small fireball not far away that shrunk several times. Yuma Ento, you are still the same, just continue to patrol. But the patrol route needs to be changed a little. As expected of the Three Pillars God, this plan is quite comprehensive. Just as Shabu began to explain the plan, Chi Kishi, who was absolutely impossible to collect information directly next to them, was hiding in the corner of the conference room and listening together. 6 sixth mirrors, 4 sixth mirror peaks are responsible for all-day patrols and realms. The remaining 2, one is responsible for the overall monitoring of the overall situation, and the other is responsible for detailed observation. With such an arrangement, even if she knew all the plans, it would be difficult to carry out targeted countermeasures. Of course, West 5.4 is just difficult. After pausing for a few seconds on Yudhira, who was at the bottom, Lu Kishi smiled. The enemy's brain is online, and the overall combat power is not weak. Whether it is a sneak attack or a frontal attack, Zhen Kishi's 3-person team has only a 30% chance of winning. Under normal circumstances, she retreated secretly at this time, taking Senna and others to the fantasy world. A few reinforcements are the best choice. But Shabu's plan just now gave Pu Kamai a bold idea. Maybe, she can show the opponent a civet cat in exchange for a prince. Chapter 511 Swapping, Silwu's Secret Information. After listening to the combat meeting of Shabu and others, Lu Kishi did not act with the other party. With the information provided by Silwu, she actually has a certain understanding of the high-end combat power of the Three Pillars Alliance. As for the investigation she and Alger mentioned, it was actually to confirm the identity of the high-end combat power of the Three Pillars God Alliance stationed in this world. Before, she was not sure whether the other party said the wrong name on purpose, so she acted with Shabu and others. Now that I have seen all of them with my own eyes, there is naturally no need to follow. Once the identity is confirmed and the other party's plan is known, it's time to implement your own bold idea. Found it. After sneaking out of the palace first, Ji Kishi quickly found his target. 5 strange creatures with fuzzy overall shape and wolf-like appearance. Tindar Ross Hound, a creature created by the evil god of chaos Quzuan, one of the high-end arms of the Three Pillars Alliance. Natural affinity for space, mastering the power of space, can move freely in space. Whether it is used for guard patrol or active attack, it is extremely easy to use. In the process of fighting against the enemies of Silver Key in the past, Pu Kishi also saw this creature several times. Because of this, she still has a relatively good understanding of the information on the Hound of Tindar Ross. Good luck! Hiding in the shadows on the ground, Zhen Qian quietly walked towards the Tin Ross hounds. With this kind of more familiar enemy, she is more sure of not making any movement when she strikes. It should be almost time. Coming behind these Tindar Ross hounds, Lu Kishi was not in a hurry to make a move. With the information given by So Wu, she knows that the Eye of the World has a total of 7 eyeballs. The one who went to the meeting with Zabu and others before was just one of them. As for the remaining 6 eyeballs, they are still maintaining the work of investigation. Although the work efficiency has declined, it is still not low. According to Zhen Kishi's previous experience, these 6 eyeballs will complete an observation of the entire Helan realm every 1.4 seconds. In other words, she had to grasp the interval of more than a second to get rid of these Tindar Ross hounds without making any noise. It may be difficult for others, but for Zhen Kishi it is as simple as everyday food. Coming. Feeling the fleeting gaze on him, the shadow of Pu Kishi spread in an instant. Without even a moment to react, these powerful Tindar Ross hounds were devoured. In the next instant, the shadow dissipated, and several brand new Tindar Ross hounds appeared on the spot, and continued to move forward according to the fixed patrol route. Smoother than expected. After watching his avatars being swept by the eyes of the world's eyes, there was no problem, and Pu Kishi, who was left in place, showed a smile. Digesting the memories that just emerged in his mind, Lu Kishi leaned towards the southwest. www. It was at the same time that Lu Kishi started to change positions. Dreamland, in the Lord's Pavilion. Suwu, the integration work on the north side of the void is over. Macefield reported, with Gensokyo Alliance as the center, all large and medium worlds have sworn allegiance. As for small worlds, I only picked some of them with good development potential and those close to medium-sized worlds. Think of those ordinary small worlds, which have not been touched yet. Well done! After touching the head of the vampire lowly, a smile appeared on So Wu's face. In the future, it will be fine to maintain the status quo. Taylor was arrested by me and sent to a labor camp. At present, only Riemu is guarding the north side of the void. To prevent accidents, I will trouble you to act together with her for a few days. Macefield sighed with some disappointment. It's such a boring job, is there no other job? Other jobs? So Wu asked thoughtfully, are you interested in confronting the coalition forces composed of 6 Sixth Realm members and a dozen Fifth Realm members? Macefield waved his hands embarrassingly, forget it, I'll go and guard the northern part of the void obediently. Why? The task specifications on your side are too outrageous, and I seem to be a little behind. This is normal. So Wu nonchalantly pointed out the most fatal flaw of the vampire lowly, you have too little time to grow up. Even a top genius like Kishi needs the help of the death arena and an epic to grow to where he is today. But you who were born in this era not only did not enjoy the environment you should have grown up, but also wasted a lot of time. Defeating the God of Light is already a limit for you at the moment. If you want to play a bigger role, then 317 should hurry up and work hard to become stronger. For Macefield, So Wu did not have any mandatory requirements. In his opinion, the other party has done enough. Providing the power of chaos beyond the plan at least saved 4 steps in his plan. From this point alone, Macefield has achieved many things that the 5th and 6th levels cannot do. Don't feel guilty for not being able to repay me, you've done enough in my opinion. If you're really sorry, then I'll tell you a secret. Macefield looked over curiously, what secret? Su Wu raised a finger and shook it, I told you this secretly, don't tell anyone else. After my plan is complete, the future void will expand to an unprecedented extent. At that time, just the north side of the void will be vast beyond your imagination. If you start fishing for 3 days and drying nets for 2 days after completing your revenge like Ryumu, you will even be taken away from the job of guarding the north in the future. Macefield immediately became motivated, don't worry. I won't be ashamed like her. Chapter 512 Ivy returns to extract the origin of ice. One more. After watching Macefield leave, Su Wu showed a satisfied look on his face. In this way, Macefield's mentality problems caused by the soaring level of combat have also been adjusted. I'm such a good lord. Good lord. A chuckle suddenly sounded behind Su Wu, I didn't see whether you are a good lord or not. You have a thick skin, I can see it very clearly. It's not a good way to vent your anger on me after a bad loss. Su Wu turned around and looked at Ai Wei who had just returned not far away. From formulating strategies to promote the development of the entire void, down to caring for subordinates to adjust their mentality. You touch your conscience and say, if this is not a good lord, then it is nothing. Ai Wei rolled his eyes, took out a piece of blue jade pendant in his arms and threw it over, how can you tell that I have suffered a disadvantage? Not only did he suppress the hierarch of truth in the one-on-one battle, but he also retreated completely under the pincer attack of the ultimate creatures that came later. With 1 against 2, we were not injured in the face of 2 7th level opponents. From this point of view, I think those 2 guys should be the ones who suffer. As for the good lord you mentioned, I can only say that your character is still as bad as ever. Bad? Putting away the jade of cold silence, Su Wu asked suspiciously, why did I comfort Macefield, but instead became a bad character? Stereotypes are bad, Ivy. Even if I withhold your salary, you can't blackmail me like this. Ai Wei glanced at him blankly, if you say that, I will only feel that your face is more real. Why do you say you have a bad personality? Didn't you count yourself? Su Wu spread his hands, sorry, really not. Why did you give false information to that vampire just now? Seeing that Su Wu was still playing dumb, Ai Wei pointed out the other party's problem without hesitation. The specification of the void has long been expanded to worry about the sky. I don't know what your plans are, but there's no way it's expanding in size. Is it so interesting to you to deceive your subordinates? Didn't I tell you that stereotypes are not advisable? Su Wu shook his head helplessly, I was telling the truth just now, and none of it was false. If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. Do not hit. I'm not a fool, why should I make such a bet with you? As if what he said just now was not what he said, Ivy walked towards the door as if nothing had happened. Since you can do it, do it. Anyway, this is not a bad thing for me, and I will just learn it then. Su Wu squinted his eyes and complained, I also said that I have a thick skin, but I think yours is even thicker. Remember to pay the money when you want to watch, otherwise you won't have your share. After sending Ai Wei away, Su Wu did not continue to fish in the Lord's pavilion. When he came to the plain behind the Lord's town, he sat down on a tall stone. King Yu, all your preparations are now complete. After taking out the necklace from his chest and touching it twice, Su Wu took out the blue jade pendant he just bought from his bosom. The high-level chaos secret treasure, the Jade of Cold Silence, was conceived for countless years in the chaotic secret realm, extremely cold secret realm, and was finally born with the help of the leader of truth. Its effect is not much, if it is generalized, it is only the main one. Increase the perception of ice attribute power and moves, increase the damage of own ice attribute moves, and reduce the ice attribute damage received by the holder. It seems ordinary, but the Jade of Cold and Silence is like the moon, and it has achieved the ultimate in the concept of ice. As long as one holds the Jade of Cold Silence, even the Mensin 7th realm that has just broken through can resist Kang Yu's attack head-on. From this point, it can be seen how exaggerated the ice attribute resistance that the Jade of Cold Silence blesses the holder. If it hadn't been for Ivy to make a move, then on the battlefield between the Void and the Three Pillars Alliance, this Jade Pendant would become the main Pillars Alliance's biggest hole card against Kang Yu. If there were no countermeasures, its existence would even cause Kang Yu to lose in battle. But even if Ivy doesn't make a move, it doesn't actually have much impact. After all, from the very beginning, he was not prepared to let Kang Yu do anything in this battle. Completing the breakthrough is the most important thing compared to fighting and killing. Well, if you don't show up, then this Jade Pendant is useless to them. Seemingly thinking of something interesting, a smile appeared on So Wu's face. It's a waste to leave it anyway, so I'll just use it for recycling. A clear, chilly light emerged from the surface of the pressure of cold silence. After injecting magic power, made from mod, into the Jade of Cold Silence with a special technique, So Wu did not hesitate to start working on the source of this chaotic secret treasure. Kang Yu is now far away from the 8th realm, and has already reached the point where she has just one foot in the door. In order for his breakthrough to go smoothly, he must provide a large amount of ice origin. And in this chaos, if there are any items that contain the origin of ice. If the Jade of Cold and Silence is the second, no one can say the third. OM. 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 The surging source of ice emerged from the surface of the cold and silent jade, and the sky, which was still blue a second ago, suddenly became gloomy. Thick clouds covered the sky, and white and flawless snowflakes began to fall one after another. With the dream world as the center, the temperature of the entire void began to slowly drop and rise and fall at this moment. Chapter 513 The Jade of Cold Silence is destroyed, and the Tower of Gods and Demons is present. Can instinctive resistance produce visions of this magnitude? Shaking off the frost on the surface of his body, So Wu showed a look of emotion on his face. As expected of a high-level chaos secret treasure, this power is really exaggerated. Even if its power is exaggerated, it is not as exaggerated as what you are doing now. Ai Wei, who had just separated not long ago, suddenly appeared behind So Wu. What are you going to do? Destroy it. As if he had expected the other party's arrival, So Wu nodded calmly, yes, is there any problem? Ivy. What is the problem? How did this guy manage to have such a calm tone? Taking a deep breath, Ivy's mentality changed slightly. I know that guy's breakthrough requires the origin of ice, but this is a high-level chaos secret treasure. It's too extravagant for you to use it as a one-time item. Not extravagant, not extravagant. SU-WU-103 replied while transferring the essence of ice in the Jade of Cold Silence to the necklace on his chest. Since you want to break through to the 8th realm, you must pay a certain price. If it weren't for the lack of suitable targets, I would have to get 2 more high-level chaos secret treasures of pure ice attribute. It seems to make sense. Hearing what So Wu said, Ivy, who was still a little heartbroken, showed a tangled look. Chaos has passed a very long time since the last person broke through the 8th realm. During this time, countless geniuses emerged from the chaos. They easily broke through to the main god realm, and walked through the low-level Master God's path in a short period of time, and even the 5th and 6th realms couldn't stop them. 182. After reaching the peak of the 7th realm, these people all stopped without exception. Some of them were iron-headed, and even the ashes were not left behind. This shows how difficult it is to break through the 8th realm. With this as a premise, it seems reasonable for So Wu to permanently consume a high-level chaos secret treasure to help Kang Yu break through. But why do I think you just want to save some trouble? After watching for a while, Ivy still had some doubts. There seems to be no difference in essence in things like the origin of ice. As long as there are more processes for purification, even the origin of low-level ice can reach the top level. Why don't you prepare more materials for purification instead of consuming the jade of cold silence? Could it be that there are other reasons for this not to work? Suwu denied, that's not true, I just want to save some time. Ivy. Blood pressure is up. This BD was so irritating that she couldn't help but want to do it. Cough, don't get me wrong. Noticing the change in Ivy's expression, Suwu coughed and explained. I did this to save Kang Yu's breakthrough time, not to be lazy. There is still a big difference between the two, don't make a mistake. Ka. 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 Achsi, there was a crackling sound, and cracks appeared on the surface of the cold and silent jade. In Ai Wei's distressed eyes, the cold and quiet jade that exuded terrifying power not long ago dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. Open up the pattern, Ivy. It's just a chaotic secret treasure, nothing to feel bad about. Transferring the last ray of power from the jade of cold silence to the necklace on his chest, Suwu comforted the Zerg Queen beside him. As long as you work hard for me, I will return you 3 chaos secret treasures of the same level after the plan is successful. Don't draw big cakes for me again. Ivy glanced at him indifferently, and his body disappeared in place. She has seen through it, this BD paints big cakes for her every day, but none of them come true. What's more, she kept deducting her wages even though she had money on hand. To say that Suwu is an unscrupulous boss is to praise him. If it wasn't for the inappropriate timing, she would have punched the opponent's stinky face twice. Hey? Why did you leave suddenly? Noticing that Ai Wei seems to have really run away, Yanwu showed a subtle look on his face. He also wanted to pay some rewards in advance this time, to show the other party something interesting. Forget it, anyway, it's not too late to ask her to see it next time. Suwu turned around and looked at the huge tower that appeared on the grassland at some time. It's been a long time, God Demon Tower. Time passed slowly, and half a month passed in a blink of an eye. At the same time that Suwu entered the Tower of God and Demon, making final preparations for Kang Yu before breaking through. In Helan's realm, Lu Kishi's stealing plan is also coming to an end. Buzz. Black shadows spewed out across the ground, devouring a large squad of Ross hounds. The shadows dissipate and a brand new team of Tindar Ross hounds emerge in place. Before the eye of the world cast its gaze again, the team raised their limbs again and began to act according to the original patrol route. Done. Watching the last team of Tindar Ross hounds leave, Lu Kishi had a happy smile on his face. In this way, we will gather enough chess pieces. Chapter 514 Tindar Ross Overlord, Misisha. Replace all the Tindar Ross hounds in Blackland with his clones, and control them to act at the same time. For Xiang Kishi, this is not an easy job. Especially after the seventh eye of the world returned to its original position and the time to inspect the Black Orchid realm was shortened to 1 second, the execution of this task became more and more difficult. But hard work pays off. After half a month, Xiao Kishi, who had been stealing the house under the eyes of the world's eyes, finally completed the work. After the initial preparations are completed, it is natural to start advancing the plan to the next stage. Pass on the information you have at hand, and find a suitable fifth realm to sneak into your own target. The first target, let's choose Misisha. Plating Kishi turned around, and his eyes shifted to the palace carved with a wolf's head in the northwest. Through the comprehensive application of high-level devouring power and high-level soul power, every time Bai Kishi devours a Tindar Ross hound, he can obtain all the memories of the other party. Thanks to him, although she didn't investigate specifically in the past half-month, she also obtained a lot of useful information. Among them, there is information about the 12 Fifth Realm members of the Three Pillars God Alliance stationed in this world. Misisha, aka Tindar Ross Overlord. He is the strongest in the race of Tindar Ross, and his strength is at the peak of the Fifth Realm. Among the 12 Fifth Realms in the Black Orchid realm, the opponent's strength is actually not considered weak, and can even be ranked in the top 3. As for why Platinum Kishi chose it as the target, the reason is actually very simple. As the overlord of Tinder Ross, Mysisha has a very irritable personality and doesn't like being watched by others. In order to take care of its feelings, the Eye of the World basically only glances once every hour. The palace where Mysisha lives is also the stronghold of the Tindar Ross Hound. For Chainsaw, who has swapped all of his Tyndall Ross Hounds for doubles, there's no difference between going there and going home. Not to mention lurking, as long as within that 1-hour interval, she can even walk in it openly. As long as the energy leakage is well controlled, Mysisha is the easiest target. Got to speed up. Lurking in the shadows, Lu Kishi quickly approached the palace of Tinder Ross. There are still 13 minutes, and it is time for the Eye of the World to scan every hour. She had to be there before then, and get ready first. Mysisha is very irritable. Ever since it came to the Black Orchid realm, it hasn't spent a single day in peace. Not only do you have to run around and patrol within a fixed time, but you also have to be disturbed by annoying eyes every hour. Obviously they rushed over to support, but their life was like being in prison. The eyes of the world. I told you that you don't have to look at me. Noticing the familiar gaze sweeping over again, Mysisha grinned, showing his sharp teeth and threateningly. If you interrupt my rest again, I'll just go and chew your broken eyeballs. Eyes of the world. Perhaps because they heard similar words every hour, the Eye of the World was very calm. His gaze swept across the palace of Tinder Ross calmly, looking around including Mysisha from the inside to the outside. After confirming that there were no abnormalities, it directly ignored the opponent's provocation and looked to the next area. Damn BD! Boom! Boom! Mysisha raised his front foot and kicked the wall twice violently. In any case, it is only a 5th realm, while the other party is a 6th realm. It's okay to say hello twice, but it is definitely not the opponent of the Eye of the World. It's useless to reason, and it's useless to fight. Apart from holding his breath, Mysisha had no way to fight back. But although Mysisha suffocates every hour, he also loses his breath very quickly. He really can't beat the Eye of the World, but he can beat his own little brother. Ah! A terrifying howl sounded. Mysisha habitually called out the Tingwo Ross team who stayed in the palace. 0, seeking flowers. OM. 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 Ripples in the space emerged, and the well-trained Tinder Ross team passed through the space in the next second and came in front of Mysisha. Yes, this time it came much faster than before. Nodding his head in satisfaction, Mysisha with a ferocious smile went to the Tinder Ross team in front of him to go to the doctor. Line up and come one by one. Don't resist, or I'll just tear it up, who? Before he finished speaking, Mysisha, who suddenly realized something was wrong, turned his head and looked behind him. But before Mysisha turned around, the Tinder Ross team, who had been standing quietly in front of him, suddenly rushed towards him like crazy. Mysisha. Facing the unexpected situation, Mysisha suddenly froze for a moment. As the overlord of Tinder Ross, it has absolute suppression of Tinder Ross hounds. Under normal circumstances, as long as he didn't agree, these ordinary big Ross hounds couldn't act without authorization. B. These guys who look exactly like the Tindar Ross hounds are not his little brothers. Sneaked into his palace secretly, masquerading as his little brother without him noticing. There is no doubt that only the enemy would do such a thing. Thinking of this, Mysisha raised his giant claw without hesitation, and threw it towards the unknown existence behind him. The response is quite fast. Platinum Kishi's chuckle sounded, but it's a pity, it's useless even if you react. The black sharp blade was reflected in Mysisha's pupils. At this moment, all the surrounding scenes became slow in Mysisha's eyes. Facing the fatal attack that was close at hand, Mysisha, who had aroused his full potential, urged the power of space to further block the sharp claws in front of him. In the next second, the sharp blade collided with the giant claw. Chi. Down. Chapter 515 Hunting Day, New Vest. So I said it all. Standing in the middle of a pile of minced meat, Pu Kishi shook his head helplessly. Even if you react, it's useless. Miss Isha is only at the pinnacle of the 5th realm, but she is at the pinnacle of the 6th realm, which is a big gap. Even due to the nature of her strength, she is much stronger than ordinary 6th level peaks. It can be said that the moment she approached Miss Isha, the ending was already doomed. The shadow spread under Zhen Kishi's feet, devouring Miss Isha's body in a blink of an eye. In the next second, the past about Miss Isha flashed across Zhen Kishi's mind. Hey? Do you have permission to go out? It seemed that he had seen something interesting, and Chi Zhou showed a look of surprise on his face. This was a windfall. According to Miss Isha's memory, the boundary-breaking circle currently being built in Helan realm requires a lot of energy. In order to fill this energy gap, Miss Isha, who possesses the power of high-level space, left the Black Orchid realm during the meeting, went to Chaos to hunt a group of god-level chaos creatures and brought them back for use as a battery wash. Of course, in Zhen Kishi's view, this kind of energy loophole is not a problem. There are 6 6th realm garrisoned, and each of them contributes part of their strength, so it is easy to make up for this gap. The reason for not doing this is most likely because of Miss Isha's character. This guy has a grumpy temper, and he is suffocated every day because of the eye of the world. Throwing it out regularly to let the wind out will also help the harmony in the Black Orchid world. But it would be convenient for me if I could go out. As if he had some thought, a thoughtful look flashed in Pu Kishi's eyes. The next time I go hunting, in 3 days. 3 days passed in a flash. After successfully slaughtering Miss Isha and getting the first 5th level vest, Zhen Ershi's subsequent efficiency can be described as rapid progress. Not only did he secretly replace a large number of patrolling troops in other areas with his clones, but he even found an opportunity to slaughter 2 more 5th realms. Because Miss Isha was very irritable in the past, she went to 2 5th level ground platoons to cause trouble within 3 days, but it didn't arouse any suspicion. Like a snowball, more and more chess pieces are available in the hands, and the frequency of actions is getting faster and faster. And this move successfully attracted the attention of the eye of the world. Miss Isha, you've been making noise for a few days now. Seeing this Tindaros overlord running straight towards another 5th level palace today, Eye of the World reminded. I know you are under a lot of pressure now, but don't go to fight with other colleagues every day. If Master Shabu blames you, no one can protect you. Fine. Pu Kishi, who originally wanted to build a 5th level vest today, stopped and sighed helplessly. Since I'm not allowed to fight in the world, it's okay to let me go out to fight. Today, if I remember correctly, is my regular hunting day. Eyes of the world. You know today is hunting day, and you want to go to other people's territory to fight first? With a subtle glance at Miss Isha, the Eye of the World suddenly fell silent. I don't know why, but he always feels that the other party is much more irritable these days than in the past. Of course, the Eye of the World didn't think too much about it. Moosie's haha, it's normal to be a little grumpy. If it weren't for the group of younger brothers who were beaten every day under it, it probably couldn't help but explode. It just so happens that today is a hunting day, throw it out to vent your anger, and it will be about normal when you come back. When Master Yog returns, no matter how irritable this guy is, he won't dare to make trouble under the nose of the opposite party. Thinking of this, the Eye of the World opened a gap in the world barrier of the Black Orchid realm. Old place, hurry up and get out. Remember to come back within 3 days, otherwise I will deal with it as if you had an accident. You don't need to tell me about this kind of thing. Miss Isha replied impatiently, and went directly to the gap in the world barrier, and got out from there. Remember to open the door for me then. If you still dare to stop me outside like last time, I will definitely crush your broken eyeballs this time. It's always these few sentences, can't there be some 4.0 new words? Hearing this familiar threat, the eye of the world closed the barrier, and turned its gaze to other regions. Another 3 days. To the south of Helan realm, in the hall of Quangyan. At the same time as Mythical ran out of the world barrier, Salgia, the owner of the hall of Quangyan, slowly opened his eyes. It's time. After getting used to the new vest, Salgia walked towards the direction of the eye of the world body. After letting this guy go for so long, it's time to go get his head chopped off and stuffed. Chapter 516 Noise Illusion, Saglia's Reminder. The center of Helan realm. A figure with a height of 100 meters and a huge eyeball on the top of his head stood here silently. Beside him, there were 7 eyeballs constantly surrounding them, observing the movements of the entire Helan realm. Suddenly, he seemed to have noticed something, and his eyes moved to the figure that suddenly appeared in the south. Salgia, what can I do for you? It's nothing, it's just that I suddenly had some inspiration recently and created a new song. As if hundreds of thousands of people were talking at the same time, the noisy noise turned into a ball and sounded out of thin air. Are you interested in listening, Eye of the World? Eyes of the World? Can he say he doesn't want to hear it? Forget about other people, at most it's a bit ugly. But the song of this guy Salgia is really terrible. This is not an exaggerated description, but literally terrible. If one fails, even the 6th realm like him is easily affected. Under normal circumstances, in 2009, he really didn't want to hear the other party sing. But you sing. The Eye of the World finally agreed. It's like Mythical who has a very bad temper and can't stand others watching it every day. Salgia, who was born from pure noise, has an inexplicable passion for creation. If you choose to refuse at this time, there is a high probability that the other party will run into the crowd and hold a concert directly. At that time, those middle and lower level members stationed in Helan realm will not need to patrol, and they can just find a place to bury them. Thinking of this, the Eye of the World sighed helplessly. What a day, dog! As soon as Mythical was sent away on the front foot, Salgia came again on the back foot. Among the 12 5th level children in Helan realm, there are only 2 problem children in total. Why are they all relying on him? Can't they find someone else? At number yen at. Just when the Eye of the World started to think wildly, Salgia, who got the other party's permission, also started to sing. It's like the whisper of a demon, and it's like a roar full of killing intent. Thousands of noises mixed with various emotions, accompanied by a very penetrating force, came head-on towards the Eye of the World. Chi! 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 The sound of flesh splitting sounded, and silver blood swayed from the sky to the earth. In just an instant, thousands of tiny wounds appeared on the body of the Eye of the World. Hey! Unexpectedly, the other party's new song this time would be so powerful. The Eye of the World suddenly froze for a moment, and then hurriedly reminded. Saglia, control your power. I'm patrolling the Black Orchid realm, you'll disturb me like this. Understand, understand. The sound of ridicule, the sound of teasing, the sound of spurning. The song that was mixed with murderous intent and malice a second ago changed to another tune in an instant. The sound of the rolling tide sounded, and illusions gradually appeared in front of the Eye of the World. The blood-colored land spread infinitely into the distance. A white full moon hung in the dark sky. Suddenly, the full moon began to tremble slightly. Starting from the very center of the full moon, tiny cracks emerged on it. A few seconds later, the cracks that appeared on the full moon joined together and turned into a strange smiling face looking at him. This is... Wow! Yeah! Wow! Before the Eye of the World could react, the sound of sea water hitting the rocks suddenly sounded. In the next instant, the surrounding scenery began to change abruptly. The blood-colored land disappeared, replaced by a black wave that could not be seen at a glance. The human head rolled in the tide, and the endless dead bones seemed to have life, and they suddenly looked at the eyes of the world neatly. Amidst waves of wailing, these dead bones rushed out of the black wave and rushed towards the eye of the world. Go away! Kicking all these dry bones to pieces, the eye of the world looked angrily at a small island in the middle of the wave. With his eyesight, it is not difficult to see that the person standing on that small island is the chief culprit who brought him into this illusion. Saglia! What the hell are you doing, UBD? It's okay to disturb me normally, but you dare to interrupt my inspection of Helan realm. In case of any accident during this period, can you afford the responsibility? Hurry up, hurry up! What did you say? Seeing that Saglia seemed to be opening his mouth to say something, Eye of the World frowned subconsciously. For some reason, he suddenly felt something was wrong. It's just that Saglia in the fifth realm is really capable of creating an illusion of this level. Saglia! What's going on with this illusion? Taking a random step forward, the Eye of the World came to the small island in the middle. When did your ability become so strong? Before he finished speaking, the Eye of the World suddenly froze in place. Maybe it was too far away before, and because of the interference from 723 to this small island he didn't see it very clearly. Now standing face to face together, he finally noticed something was wrong. Why does the opponent's body seem to have bite marks left by Miss Isha? At the moment when the Eye of the World was stunned, the reminder from the remnant soul of Saglia finally reached the Eye of the World. Run! What? Run! 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 Without responding to the inquiry from the Eye of the World, after repeating this sentence more than 10 times, Saglia's body began to become unreal. Hey! Saglia! Realizing that something was wrong, the Eye of the World quickly stretched out a hand and put it on the opponent's shoulder to help heal the scar. What the hell happened? Tell me quickly! Run quickly! What responded to the Eyes of the World was still the same words. It's just that compared to the impatience at the beginning, Saglia's reply suddenly calmed down this time. As if seeing the end of the Eye of the World, he sighed helplessly. Hurry up! Chi! Chapter 517, Chi Kishi makes a move, illusion space. Saglia betrayed? Looking at the black sharp blade that suddenly rushed out from Saglia's chest and pierced into his body, the face of the Eye of the World showed a momentary look of confusion. No. You are not Saglia. Seeming to have noticed something, the Eye of the World suddenly grasped the black sharp blade on his chest with both hands. Chi! After pulling out the blade from the body, the Eye of the World with a ferocious face stepped back 2 steps, and began to stretch his hands. Unknown parasite! Get out of Saglia's body! There seems to be some problem with your judgment. After relying on the opponent's strength to fly out of Saglia's chest, Bulletin Kishi landed steadily behind the Eye of the World. If you have to talk about a parasitic relationship, this guy's remnant soul survived by relying on me. Of course, there is no need for him to live now. Pfft! As if to confirm Lu Kishi's words, Saglia's remnant soul suddenly exploded into spots of light. It's you! On the other side, the Eye of the World finally saw the appearance of the culprit. Chain Kishi! Why are you here? Isn't the answer obvious? Lu Kishi calmly replied after absorbing all the light spots that Saglia exploded into. In order to sneak attack you, I hid in this guy's remnant soul, and used his aura to confuse your sight. The result was just as I expected. You didn't have any doubts at all, and you stepped into the trap I set. I have to say, I am a little disappointed by your reaction, Eye of the World. The Eye of the World snorted coldly, with a murderous intent on his face. No matter how slow my reaction is, I can still survive. He didn't know how Saglia was stolen by Bulletin Kishi right under his nose. But he is different from Saglia, he is a genuine 6th realm. Even if he was attacked by the opponent at the beginning, it would be no problem to hold on for a few seconds. And these few seconds are enough for him to do many things. The 7 eyeballs that originally surrounded the Eye of the World suddenly merged into one. Get ready to die. Shop Kishi. Aiming the huge fused eyeball at the sky, the Eye of the World activated one of its strongest trump cards without hesitation. Hollow Eyes. A huge beam of light burst out from the center of the eyeball. As one of the trump cards of the Eye of the World, this trick can easily see through the weaknesses of all things in the world and precisely break them. In front of this blow, even the enhanced illusion made by Pu Kishi was shattered in an instant. Boom! Helan World. That's the Eye of the Void. The moment the huge light beam broke through the blockade of the illusion and came to the outside world, Shabu reacted instantly. Oops! Abu was attacked. Ha ha ha! Interesting. The monstrous flames dyed the sky a layer of blush. Demanto let out a deafening laugh. I didn't expect that someone actually sneaked in. Interesting. So interesting. Oh, it's so troublesome. Yadhira, who was fishing, scratched her head and sighed helplessly. Can't you hide obediently? It's really courageous to come out and cause trouble. Eye of the World is not going to confront Lu Kishi head-on. Although this is the first time he has had face-to-face contact with the other party, he has learned a lot about Pu Kishi in the past. It was also because of this that he understood how dangerous this seemingly harmless girl was. If he really chooses to fight against him, his chances of winning may not even be at all. FFLX. The moment he realized the identity of the enemy, he decided to use the Void Eye to call his teammates from outside to help. Lu Kishi. You can't escape. After breaking through the blockade of the illusion, the Eye of the World, which returned to the Black Orchid realm, aroused all its power and blocked the surrounding space. With 10 more breaths, Demanto and the others will all come. If you have any last words, I advise you to say them now. 10 breaths. Lu Kishi shook his head, raised the blade in his hand and pointed it at the opponent. Don't you think this time is a little too long? An ominous premonition suddenly rose from the eyes of the world. What do you mean? I mean. The figure of Xiang Kishi came to the Eye of the World in the next second. 10 breaths are enough for me to kill you 3 times. The endless sword shadows turned into a terrifying storm at this moment. The solid space barrier was easily chopped into pieces like tofu, and the power of law was cut into 2 pieces without exception. Ignoring the terrifying auras coming from afar, Jianxi unhesitatingly pulled out all his strength to launch a general attack. Don't underestimate me. Wang Li Zhao. Facing this deadly threat that was close at hand, the Eye of the World did not hesitate to activate another whole card. Future Vision. The power of time appeared on it, and the endless sword shadows began to slow down gradually. In its eyes, the trajectories of these slashes became clearer. As long as he wants, he can avoid it at any time. But at the moment when the Eye of the World was about to leave, a strange magical power suddenly rose from his body and hands. Under the influence of this strange magic power, the Eye of the World, who had just raised his footsteps, suddenly froze in place. This is the sneak attack just now. Congratulations! The voice of Xiang Kishi rang in his ears. Bingo! Chapter 518 The Eye of the World Falls, Angry Yubo. The first one to rush to the battlefield was Yubo Xitel. As Yog's first subordinate, his strength is not inferior to the other 2 three-pillar gods. In addition, he is proficient in the way of time and space, and can use the power of time and space to move long distances at will. It can be said that he has a natural advantage on the way. From the beginning to the end, he only took 5 breaths to reach the position where the Eye of the Whole exploded. This time is even twice as fast as the 10 breaths predicted by the Eye of the World. But even so, he still failed to save his teammates. Looking at the Eye of the World whose body, soul and even the origin were all cut into pieces under the blade storm, this deformed monster with a pair of bat wings on its back showed an angry look. When Shabu and Nyarlathotep arrived before, he also swore to Shabu that no one in Helan could kill people under his nose. As a result, just over half a month later, someone slapped him in the face openly. It's still the kind that hits the left cheek 670 and hits the right cheek, and finally feels uncomfortable and kicks twice. You ignorant rat! You dare to attack our colleagues, take your life! Boom! A silver space-time storm rose out of thin air. Under the cutting of the blade storm, the dilapidated land disintegrated in an instant. Space is blocked and time is slowed down. Endless murderous intentions appeared in an instant, surrounding the town of Kishi in the center. Without the slightest reason, Yubo Xitel mobilized all his strength without hesitation. It's really irritable to use a big move when you come up. Facing this sudden attack, Zhen Kishi showed a smile on his face. Since you want to kill me so much, then let your wish be granted. Boom! A terrifying space-time storm fell, and the blades of time and space crossed across. Without the slightest intention of rebelling, in just a split second, Lu Kishi was cut into countless pieces. Ajaj, humph! Don't think I'll let you die so lightly. Stop! Just when Yubo was perplexed and was about to intensify his efforts to blast away all the remains of Pu Kishi's body, Shabu and Nyarlathotep, who were slow for a breath, finally arrived. Quickly interrupting the opponent's movements, Shabu looked at him angrily. IPO! What are you doing? A question mark slowly rose above Yubo's head. Of course I'm killing the enemy. Master Shabu, why are you stopping me? Kill the enemy! Nyarlathotep's sneer suddenly sounded from the side. No wonder that Guy Yog never let you act alone. Your IQ and reaction speed are really worrying. Let's take a closer look. Who exactly are you attacking? I said I was attacking intruders, how could it be false? Before he finished speaking, Yubo finally noticed something was wrong at this moment. Looking at the huge eyeballs that were smashed into pieces in the storm of time and space, his expression suddenly became ugly. How is it possible? Because what is the eye of the world? When I attacked just now, the one standing there was obviously a. You are under the illusion. Before Ibo finished speaking, Shabu pointed out the truth directly. More precisely, you broke into the illusion space set up by the enemy. If nothing else happens, this illusion space should be used by the opponent to target Abu. It's just that he broke it with the Eye of the Void, so there is only a superficial shell left in this illusion space. But even if there is only one body left, this illusion space is still the illusion space that temporarily trapped the Eye of the World. The power contained in it cannot be underestimated. Without preparation, it is normal for Yubo's perception to be affected. Of course, for the parties involved, this is another matter. Damn fellow! How dare you tease me like that? Boom! The surging power of space turned into substantial ripples, spreading towards the surroundings. In just an instant, Fang Yuan's domain of billions of miles was completely controlled by Yubo. In a second, the power of space turned into a shield, and the space was completely sealed off. Lord Shabu! Please give me another chance. That guy definitely hasn't run far. Even if I dig 3 feet into the ground, I will definitely pull out the opponent and kill him. Don't worry yet. Glancing at Ibo, who seemed to be a bit above him, Shabu, who had just been reminded by the other party not long ago to be calm, sighed. I know that Abu's death made you feel uncomfortable. But the more critical it is, the more careful analysis is required. Take the enemy you just saw and draw it into a magical image. Being able to kill Abu within 5 breaths, the opponent is definitely not an ordinary person. She had to confirm the other party's identity before she could formulate the next tactics. I see. Facing the orders of the 3 pillar gods, Yubo dared not disobey no matter how angry he was. Forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, he manipulated his magic power to draw a lifelike image in midair. The time when I was under the illusion was probably the moment when I launched the attack. So I can be sure that it was this woman who killed the Eye of the World. Master Shabu, you showed us the information about her once before. If I remember correctly, her name is Shop 7 Real Things. After giving the answer first, Shabu looked far and near. Get ready, everyone. Next we estimate that there will be a tough battle to fight. Chapter 519, Yubo makes a move, going back to the past. Shabu, aren't you being too cowardly? Facing Shabu's reminder, Demanto, who has not spoken since his arrival, became a little dissatisfied. I don't know why that guy from the Eye of the World died so uselessly. But as long as the enemy is still in the 6th realm, it cannot be our opponent. If you're scared, just hide away. Watch me catch that guy out. Demanto. Before Shabu could reply, Yubo reprimanded him first. Watch your attitude. Master Shabu said, don't worry, just wait for me obediently. Still, are you going to disobey the orders of the Three Pillars God? For the Three Pillars God Alliance, the Three Pillars Gods represent not only their strength, but more importantly their identities. The other party is the manager personally selected by the head of the demon god, the agent of the 8th realm. Going against the will of the opponent is equivalent to going against the will of the head of the demon god. Such a serious crime, even if it is directly executed, is not an exaggeration. Tisk, what a hassle! After being reminded by Yubo, Demanto, who was still in a fighting spirit, also calmed down. Give the order quickly, Shabu. You don't want to delay this matter for too long, let the other party find a chance to run away. Of course not. Shabu nodded, and turned his gaze to the main gods who came one after another. Why is there only 10 people in the 5th realm? Where did Misisha and Saglia go? Because he likes to touch fish on weekdays, Yidhila, who knew something about the other party's affairs, replied, today is a hunting day, and Misisha should go out to look for prey according to the usual practice. As for Saglia, I don't know, but... Seeing that Yidra seemed to be a little offended, Shabu took the initiative to ask, but what? I feel like it might have gone wrong. Saglia raised his palm and grabbed it in mid-air. The space trembled slightly, and the illusion space originally hidden in the space interlayer fell off. After holding it in her palm and looking it over carefully, she handed it to Shabu in front of her. Because Mr. Shabu, didn't you ask me to separate out some clones to hide in the middle and lower ranks to supervise the enemy? I was idle and bored, so I manipulated one of the avatars to talk to Saglia for a few days. 7. He once performed a special song to me at the time. Demanto, special song? Yes. Seeing that other people seemed to be interested, Yudhira explained in a little more detail. The essence of that song is to create a space that combines virtuality and reality with one's own memory and understanding of things. Then through the sound link, the enemy is quietly pulled into this illusion space to suppress in all aspects. Although Saglia is only a 5th realm, the power of that song is quite extraordinary. Even if I am a level higher than him, when I first listened to it, I almost fell for it. After hearing Yudhira's acceptance, Ibo asked thoughtfully, so you mean? Saglia betrayed. Yudhira shook her head, I'm not sure. How about it, you don't need to go back in time and space. Although Lien Kishi's movements were very clean and neat, he didn't leave any important clues behind. But it is undeniable that the other party did not have enough time to deal with the scene. For Yubo, who has the power of time and space, it is not difficult to recreate this past. I see. Yubo, who also understood the meaning of the other party, raised his palm and released the power of time to cover the surrounding area. OM. 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 Under the action of the power of time, silver bright spots suddenly emerged from the surrounding space. After gathering in mid-air, these silver bright spots form a huge screen. In the next second, the figure of the Eye of the World appeared on the screen. After completing this operation, IHA turned to Shabu, who had been silent since just now. Lord Shabu, the backtracking is successful. 0. However, the opponent's attack also seems to contain the power of time, leaving a sword energy in this piece of history. The scenes I have traced back to now are all the pictures before that sword chi. As for the further part, it was cut off by the leader's sword energy. Shabu frowned slightly. Is it resolved? It can be solved, but... IPO paused for a moment, with a look of embarrassment on his face. It will take about a day. For the current time when every second counts against time, it is undoubtedly unrealistic for him, the main combat force, to spend a day fishing for fish. 0. In this regard, Shabu felt a little helpless. Since there is no way to go back all the time, let's first look at the part of the past that has been backtracked so far. Yes. Yubo nodded, urging the power of time in his hands again. The silver brilliance merged into the big screen, and the originally static picture began to speed up. From the eyes of the world, as in the past, it is constantly patrolling the movements of the entire Helan realm. Go to the eye of the world to stop Misisha from making trouble, and open a gap in the world barrier to let the other party out. Then Saglia came to visit suddenly and asked the eyes of the world to listen to her new song. Scenes that happened not long ago kept flashing across everyone's eyes. Finally, the picture on the screen came to the time when Saglia sang and disappeared in place with the eyes of the world. Ka. 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 Like a spider web, dense cracks suddenly appeared on the screen. Before everyone could react, a sharp sword energy burst out from the screen, cutting it into countless pieces. It can only go back so far. Taking back the power of time that was acting on this area, Yubo looked at Shabu, who was not far away. Judging from the current situation, Saglia should have betrayed the alliance of 3 pillars of gods. Please give the order, Master Shabu. Shab. Chapter 520, Shabu's Suspicion. No order was issued immediately. Shabu just stood there calmly, constantly recalling what happened on the screen just now. Perhaps in the eyes of others, this matter is that Saglia betrayed the alliance of 3 pillars of gods and teamed up with Pu Kishi to kill the Eye of the World. But in Shabu's eyes, this incident revealed a huge sense of disobedience from beginning to end. Idhila, if you fight with Abu, who has a higher probability of winning? Ah! Idra, who didn't expect Shabu to suddenly ask such a thing, was taken aback for a moment, and then replied. It's really hard to say between me and the Eye of the World. You should also know that neither of us is the type who is good at frontal combat. If you fight one-on-one, a large part depends on the advance arrangements of both parties. But if there is a fight without any arrangements, I personally think that Eye of the World has a better chance of winning. Her abilities tend to be clones, illusions, and mental attacks. The Eye of the World's ability is more inclined to detect, see through, and kill with one hit. In terms of the nature of ability alone, the other party restrained her somewhat. If it is head-to-head, it is indeed the Eye of the World that has a better chance of winning. Hey! As if he had figured something out, Yadhira suddenly let out a sound of surprise. No, even I can easily see through Saglia's illusion space, so the Eye of the World should also be able to see through it. Why did he choose to use the Eye of Void instead of the Eye of Destruction? Although the effect of the front formation is very good, most of them are applied to the troublesome magic circle and the unsolvable illusion. If you delay the time to fight against the enemy, it is obvious that the latter is more effective. Could it be that, the Eye of the World thinks that he can't unlock Saglia's illusion space without using this trick? Shabu shook his head. Under normal circumstances, it can be easily untied. But if it is the illusion space created by Zhen Kishi, it may need the Eye of the Whole to break it. Yadra. As a matter of fact, I haven't had an accurate definition of Pu Kishi's talent so far. Seeing that Yadhira didn't seem to understand, Shabu explained, but judging from the current performance, she seems to be able to learn the enemy's abilities in a short period of time. In other words, the Saglia in the video is not necessarily the real Saglia. It's also possible that I learned Saglia's ability and pretended to be him to get close to Abu's shop. Guild Kishi dressed as Saglia. Demanto twitched the corner of his mouth. So you mean, under the inspection of the eyes of the world, did the guy silently kill the pizza glaya? If this is true, then that trash in the eye of the world is not wrong to die. Now is not the time to question Abu's ability. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Shabu turned around and moved his gaze to the 10th realm behind him. Since Pu Kishi is suspected of acting as Saglia, he is naturally suspected of acting as someone else. Sometimes, the most dangerous place is often the safest time. In order to prevent problems, I have to conduct a deep inspection of everyone to make sure they... Boom! 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 A violent explosion sounded suddenly, interrupting Shabu's unfinished words. Looking at the direction of the fire rising in the distance, she subconsciously frowned. If I remember correctly, that side seems to be one of the nodes where Heilaner arranged the boundary-breaking circle. Boom! 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 The moment Shabu made his judgment, the deafening explosion came again. It's just that it's different from before. This time the sound of the explosion came from more than a dozen directions at the same time. Oops! Seeming to have thought of something, Shabu's expression turned pale. That fellow Lu Kishi took action against Abu to remove our eyes. Her goal, from the very beginning, is boundary-breaking circle. Lord Shabu. With some hesitation, he glanced at the 5th realm not far away, and Yubo asked proactively. Do you want to check their identities? Shabu shook his head, there is no time. If we continue to procrastinate, the previously arranged boundary-breaking array will be completely destroyed by plating Kishi. Why did she choose to gather in this world? Isn't it to protect the boundary-breaking circle in the Black Orchid realm and prevent it from being destroyed by the enemy? The Black Orchid realm is their trump card for destroying the void barrier, and it cannot be easily destroyed by the enemy. If you give up guarding the boundary-breaking circle in order to find out the unknown enemy, it will be a small loss. Each person brings 2.8 and 2/5 realms, each responsible for the stability of one direction. Without the slightest hesitation, Shabu directly issued an order. The enemy must have made preparations in advance or used the clone ability to attack so many places at the same time. In the process of cleaning up the saboteurs, you must always pay attention to the surrounding conditions, and don't be attacked by the enemy. Besides, Shabu suddenly glanced at the 5th realm behind him. The enemy is not only strong in lurking, but also top-notch in camouflage. Even if you are one of your own, don't have complete trust. Chapter 521 Yubo's Practice, Kakashi is exposed. It's troublesome. Maintaining the shape of a cloud of dark mist, Genkishi, who was following Ibo, had a headache. Should it be said that it is worthy of being the god of the 3 pillars? It is really cautious enough. According to the plan, after she steals the eye of the world, she will immediately create an explosion to attract the attention of the enemy, and then find a chance to steal another 6th realm. Even if you fail, you can steal a few 5th realms to further reduce the enemy's high-end combat power. As a result, the plan could not keep up with the changes. Yubo, who has the power of time and space, arrived faster than she imagined. Under the opponent's obstruction, her sword energy that interfered with the opponent's time reversal fell on a later point in time. This mistake not only caused the scene of her using Saglia's ability to be seen by the enemy, but Shabu also directly analyzed the possibility that she might be lurking inside. With the other party's reminder, her third vest is not as easy to use as before. You have to figure out a way. Silently glanced at Yubo who was leading the way ahead, and the white worms floating not far from him, a thoughtful look flashed in Gu Kishi's eyes. There are currently 5 enemies left in the 6th realm. What's more troublesome, except for Yadhira, the remaining 4 and 09 are all at the peak of the 6th realm. Unless it is like when hitting the eye of the world, the first sneak attack temporarily seals the opponent's ability. Otherwise, there is no way to solve it in a short time in a head-on confrontation. Especially Ibo, who is leading the way in front of her, is even a little more difficult than Shabu in Genkishi's eyes, second only to Nyarlathotep. The probability of solving it before others rush over is probably less than 10%. Continuing to follow the other party's actions will not only do no good, but will easily trap yourself in a circle of encirclement. Darkness of the stars, Rulim. Before Pu Kishi could take any action, Yubo's voice suddenly came from the front. You two come closer, I have a task for you. Lian Kishi. Here's what to do. Temporarily suppressing those ominous premonitions, Chu Kishi and the white worm Lulim leaned over together. Lulim, IPO, what's the matter? Nothing, just check your identities. Lulim looked at him suspiciously, check identity. Even the eyes of the world can be fooled by the enemy's camouflage, and ordinary inspections are undoubtedly unworkable. But if you want to conduct a detailed inspection, it will take a lot of time. What are you going to do? Don't worry, it's nothing troublesome. After glancing at the two of them contemptuously, IPO replied. As long as I die once, I will know the result. Whoosh! 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 The moment Yubo's voice fell, thousands of space knives appeared in an instant. Without even having time to react, Lulim standing a little in front of Pu Kishi was cut into countless pieces. Afterwards, without any pause, these space blades rushed straight towards the position where Xiang Kishi was. Shop Kishi number. Is this how you check? He sighed helplessly, he didn't expect the other party to disappear in place with such an outrageous Zhen Kishi. In the next instant, countless spatial sharp blades passed by where she was originally standing, leaving countless ravines on the ground below. Faced with this unexpected dodge, Ibo was stunned for a moment, and then a violent smile suddenly appeared on his face. Ha ha ha! Looks like I really won the jackpot. I just wanted to test it casually, but it actually came out. So you're not sure yourself? Taking off the discarded vest, Lu Kishi squinted his eyes and complained. Now I understand a little bit why you are so powerful, but you are not the god of three pillars. Humph! Stop talking nonsense. After completely sealing off the surrounding space, the tentacles on Yubo's body spread wildly and split. The power of time spreads and turns into an indestructible shield. The power of space twists and turns into a sharp blade that cuts everything. In just a split second, the tentacles strengthened by the power of time and space blocked all of Pu Kishi's escape routes and fell from all directions. Boom! 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 Is it on Iwa's side? Shabu, who was leading the other two on the 5th level, paused and disappeared in place in an instant. I'll go and see what's going on over there. You two go ahead and quell the destruction that Genkishi has wrought. Oh, can't you be more careful? After sending the two younger brothers to the location where the explosion occurred before, Nyarlathotep felt a little headache. The deal with Suwu hasn't been completed yet, she really doesn't want to fight head-to-head with the others' generals. If the other party reneges on this kind of thing afterwards, wouldn't her previous efforts be in vain? Forget it, let's go and have a look. Senior Alger, please speed up. What's wrong? Outside Helan, Alger, who was silently digging a hole in the world barrier, looked over. Your body is exposed. The plated Kishi clone, who maintained the appearance of Miss Isha, nodded. Currently, I am fighting against Yubo, who is at the peak of the 6th realm, and I have made a lot of noise. 770. If there is no accident, the other 6th realm will soon rush to surround her. Zhen Kishi's main body, which has nearly 20,000 high-level powers, is indeed very strong. This can be seen from the fact that she can easily hide from the detection of the eye of the world, and can come and go freely in the enemy's base camp. B. Mastering a large number of high-level powers only adds 7 solid means of fighting the enemy. When facing different enemies, she can gain the upper hand by restraining the enemy's moves. If you face 4 6th level peaks at the same time, and a 6th level supporter, then no matter how much power Lu Kishi possesses, it is impossible to gain the upper hand. Not to mention gaining the upper hand, she can last for 10 minutes, which is almost the limit. Tisk, can't that guy be more careful? Alger, who also understood this truth, frowned, and moved his eyes to another teammate beside him. Senna, what can you do? Since Kishi has been exposed, there is no point in sneaking in secretly. Pulling out a night spear from mid-air, Senna stabbed towards the world barrier under his feet without hesitation. Forcibly break through directly, rush over to help. Boom! Chapter 522 Senna makes a shot and hits IPO hard. As one of the most important trump cards of the Three Pillars Alliance, the world barrier in the Black Orchid realm is naturally not an ordinary thing. With Yogg throwing many materials, its firmness can be said to have reached the extreme under normal standards. Unless someone with authority opens the exit, even the 6th realm of Alger's level will inevitably take a lot of effort to break through. But it is such a hard world barrier, but under Senna's attack, it is like a thin paper, easily pierced. Bang! Nailed it! Manipulating the magic power in his body to temporarily fix the gap, Senna looked at Alger beside him. According to the plan, it's up to you to attract the enemy's attention. Alger nodded, leave it to me. On the other side, Helan is within the bounds. At the same time when the world barrier was broken, all the 6th realm subconsciously looked towards the sky. Although Senna didn't seem to have much effort when he did it. But in fact, that's just because her control of power is too exquisite. If the power of that blow is fully erupted, it will not be difficult to penetrate even a small comprehensive world. An attack of this level, no matter how weak it may be, is as conspicuous in the eyes of the 6th realm as a large full-powered light bulb suddenly turned on at night. Looks like other little bugs have slipped in. Yubo, who was fighting, suddenly taunted, come and send them off one by one, I'll leave you all here today. How did you manage to be so confident? After glancing at the splashed blood on his arm, a strange black spot of blood corroded on it, Zhong Kishi laughed a little. If it wasn't for the help of other people, the knife I just cut off half your life. That's just my carelessness. Yubo snorted coldly, and grabbed the flame titan standing beside him with his tentacles. Demanto, you go find those little bugs that just sneaked in. After I get rid of this troublesome woman, then. Has your brain been broken? Without the slightest intention of moving, Demanto stood where he was, looking up at the sky. There's no need to look for it at all. As long as this woman is here, they will deliver it themselves. OM. 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 As if to confirm his words, terrifying magic power suddenly gathered in the sky. As if the sun was rising, a round of extremely dazzling light ball appeared directly above the battlefield in an instant. Al-Chan is here. Holding the huge ball of light in both hands, Alger threw it straight down. Remember to hide. Plated Kishi. Lu Kishi sighed helplessly, you really know how to take time to retaliate, Senior Alger. He also told her to hide, which didn't give her room to dodge at all. But facing this oncoming attack, Ji Kishi didn't care about it. With her position, at most she will be affected by the aftermath and cannot bear any influence. More importantly, the enemy does not eat dry food. For Alger's massive blow, someone will definitely take the shot. Sure enough, the moment the huge ball of light fell, monstrous flames erupted on the ground. The sky turned fiery red in an instant. The oasis, which was exuding vitality just a second ago, turned into a fragrant and silent death. The endless flames are constantly gathering and compressing. In the end, it formed a fiery red javelin, which was held in the right hand of Amon Ento. Small tricks. The flaming javelin rushed out head-on, and collided with the huge light ball in the sky. Buzz! Affected by the fiery red javelin, the huge ball of light thrown by Alger began to fluctuate, emitting even more dazzling light. In an instant, the entire Helan realm was illuminated by the light it emitted. The moment this light irradiated, Demanto, whose perception ability was suddenly suppressed to the limit, frowned. IPO, pay attention to stopping the shop for second-hand sales. There is something wrong with the opponent's move, it may be to divert our attention to save. Who? Before he finished speaking, Yubo's roar suddenly came from the side. The deafening roar turned into substance, forming a sonic attack and rushing towards Ibo's back. Under Umanto's gaze, a knight's spear that appeared out of nowhere collided with Ibo's sonic attack. After the two stalemate for a moment, Yubo's attack suddenly collapsed out of thin air as if the ice melted. Afterwards, the knight's spear did not intend to stop, and continued to rush towards the position where Ibo was standing. Bang! 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 Whether it was the distortion of space or the shield of time, they all collapsed in an instant. The indestructible body was torn apart, and black blood with a strong curse was wanton in the air. In just an instant, Yubo, who had issued an arrogant declaration a few seconds ago, suffered an unprecedented blow. On the other side, Demon Ento, who finally reacted, instantly condensed a flaming long knife, held it with both hands and slashed straight at Senna. Roll! The fire of extermination fell and collided with the knight armor on Senna's body. The extremely compressed flame burst out in an instant, and spread towards Senna along the magnet. Noticing that the flame didn't reach Ipo in front of him, Senna, who was in the high temperature, praised casually, "The control is not bad, but..." Bang! Seemingly ignoring the terrifying flames on his body, Senna held up the knight spear in his hand, and came to Umanto in the next second. Just to this extent, it's not enough. Chapter 523 Shabu's Decision, Chaotic Battlefield. Tisk, where did you come from, a monster? Facing the oncoming knight's spear, Umanto decisively chose to dodge. The opponent's ability is too weird. Obviously they are all in the 6th realm, but Yubo's attack and defense just now were pierced in an instant. Before he figured out the specific principle, he was not prepared to fight hard. Purgatory Sea of Fire. A deep purple fireball flew out of Umanto's palm and landed on the ground not far from Senna. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying explosion sound, a sea of purple flames exuding fiery heat spewed out in an instant. Under the gaze of everyone, the flames spread to the surroundings at a speed visible to the naked eye. About there, in the middle of the sea of flames, Umanto, who was a little more imposing than before, raised his hand and aimed at Senna, who was not far away. Since contact attacks don't work, let's use indirect attacks. Yan Blast 710. Invisible fluctuations spread from Umanto's palm. Under the interference of this wave, the flame beside Senna suddenly began to expand. Boom! 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 Deafening explosions continued to sound, and giant pillars of flames shot up into the sky one after another, exuding terror. With the blessing of Amon Ento's talent and the way of the main god, the power of these flames has reached an extremely terrifying level. Just the spread of residual temperature has affected the environment of the entire Helan realm, turning it into a terrifying high-temperature hell. Under the influence of this temperature, Human Ento's aura also increased. Come out! Unknown powerhouse! The attack just now was just my temptation. If you just fall down like this, I'm so sorry for your arrogant words just now. Words of madness! Boom! The turbulent wind soared into the sky, opening a tunnel in the terrifying sea of flames and hell. Wearing a special armor made from the scales of an ancient dragon, Senna dragged the dying Ipo out of the flames. I don't think there is anything wrong with what I said just now. In my eyes, there is no difference between you and this guy. Also, you two don't have to hide. Holding the knight's spear in his hand, he swept aside, and the violent wind once again created a tunnel in the sea of flames. Looking at the two figures at the other end of the tunnel, Senna said calmly. Sneak attack is useless, I have already seen you. Sab Nicholas, and Nyarlathotep. Oh, it seems that the plan has failed. With his hands clasped behind his head, Nyarlathotep looked sideways at his teammates. Then, Master Shabu, who is strategizing, what should we do now? Negotiate to save IPO? Or give up the hostages and launch an attack directly? Nay Echo, now is not the time to be funny. Calmly glanced at his teammates beside him, Yin Buletin replied. I hope you can understand that this war is in the face of the Three Pillars God. The enemy took the initiative to hit the door, and even caused so many casualties. Do you think we have other options? Ajf, it doesn't matter if the enemy has a 7th level shot. After all, in front of such an absolute state, losing is a very normal thing. But the problem is that all the enemies who have invaded the Helan realm are from the 6th realm. More importantly, there are only 3 enemies. In terms of numbers, the Three Pillars Alliance has the upper hand. With so many advantages, if you let the enemy run away, then when the news spreads, they won't have to mess around with the Three Pillars God Alliance in the future. Yog's side will be handed over to me to explain. Go ahead, don't show any mercy. Okay. Seeing Shabu being so decisive, Nyarlathotep shrugged helplessly. It seems that this time, she has no way to catch fish. Demanto, step aside a little bit. Taking out a crowbar casually, Nyarlathotep's figure disappeared in place. If you get too close and get hurt by me, don't blame me for not reminding you. How is the injury? Taking advantage of Senna's time to attract other people's attention, Alger also came to the 7 kingdoms. If it is serious, we are ready to retreat. Unnecessary. Lu Kishi raised his left hand, and a thin layer of white light quietly emerged. Covering the black spots that had just been corroded by Ibo's blood, layers of black mist flew out from the wound. It's just some small curses, and there is no problem if you simply deal with them. That's good. Alger nodded, since you can still fight, let's try harder. Except for the guy who was eliminated by Senna's sneak attack, there are still 3 enemies left. Alchan, hold on. You made a mistake, Senior Alger. Zhang. The black sword shadow streaked across the air, causing ripples. In the next instant, a distressed figure suddenly flew out from the space interlayer not far away. There's another hiding here. Cough. Of course Alchan has already discovered what she said, it was just a mouthful just now. Coughing in embarrassment, Alger rushed towards Yidhira not far away. You and Senna are in charge of the other 3 enemies, and Alchan will deal with her. Boom. Chapter 520 4 Ways to Break the Game. Recovered so quickly. Noticing Zhen Kishi's approach, Shabu, who was besieging Senna, looked over. Nyarlathotep, I'm going to restrain Buletin Kishi. You speed up, together with Umanto get rid of that guy. It's easy for you to say. Ending a brief confrontation with Senna again, Nyarlathotep squinted at the broken mix in his hand. This guy's ability is in his foul. Not only can I easily bounce back my attack, but it can also ignore my body defense. Without targeted measures, I can't deal with this guy at all. Shabe. Faced with Nyarlathotep's complaints, Shabu, who was fighting against the 7 Seas, also fell into silence. Just before Zhen Kishi arrived, she, who also participated in the siege, naturally knew Senna's power very well. A defense that bounces back all attacks, and an attack that easily pierces all defenses of the enemy. These are the 2 abilities that Senna is currently showing in front of them. Simple and rude, but Shabu and others have no solution. Certainly. Nor is there really no solution. According to Shabu's observation, although the opponent can rebound the attack, but before rebounding, it will also suffer certain damage. As long as there is a way to surpass the other party in terms of persistence, it can be forcibly resolved through violent means. But the biggest problem now is that they didn't use the right candidates. Not to mention Yidhira, he is completely a support player. Although Umanento's power is very strong, his skill points are basically used for attacking. As for her and Nyarlathotep, it was slightly better. As the 3 pillar gods, none of them have any special biases. It belongs to the type of hexagonal warrior with good abilities in all aspects. But just this is obviously not enough. Although only the tip of the iceberg has been revealed so far, Senna has indeed resisted the full strength of the three of them before and launched a counterattack. This tenacity, even Shabu, who has the title of Goddess of Darkness and Plenty, is far behind. Unless it was more fights, none of the people they were present in the one-on-one battle was Senna's opponent. But the biggest problem now is that they don't have many people available. 0. Seeking flowers. The eye of the world was dealt with ahead of time, and Yubo was directly on the verge of sudden death by Senna. Yidra is going to contain Algar. She wants to contain the equally difficult Lian Kishi. The remaining Nyarlathotep and Umanto may not be able to drag the time. In other words, the current situation on the battlefield is not optimistic. No matter which side wins, it is not surprising at all. And this is not what Shabu wants. What she really wants is 100% victory. Only in this way can she protect the reformed Helan realm. We have to find a way to make IPO recover. Shabu glanced at the dying figure in the sea of flames not far away, who was on the verge of sudden death. Although I don't know why Senna didn't take advantage of the opportunity to kill Yubo, it was a good opportunity for them. The opponent is Yog's direct subordinate, who has a powerful power of time and space. As long as it can regain consciousness, there is every chance to reverse time and recover from its own injuries. At that time, with this top 6th level player entering the arena, the situation will instantly tilt to their side. 3. Chapter 525, Origin Return. Now that there is a way to break the situation, the next thing to do is to implement it. Looking at Xiang Kishi in front of him, Shabu pushed his whole cards without hesitation. Origin returns. Unprecedented terror spewed out from Shabu. Along with it, there is also a black silk thread that can't see the end. These silk threads spread from Shabu's body and landed on the monsters in every corner of the Black Orchid realm. 327. The next second, Shabu's power began to unleash. Absorb the power hidden in these monsters. Looking at this scene, Pu Kishi, who wanted to temporarily entangle the opponent for a protracted battle, raised his eyebrows. With her eyes, it is not difficult to see the essence of this move. Connect with descendants of the same origin, and use its power to strengthen itself in a short period of time. In terms of strength, it is a very common move. It's just that Shabu, who is the supreme mother goddess of the Three-Pillar Alliance and has bred countless offspring, has a unique advantage in this trick. If it is not interrupted, it is not surprising that she can increase her strength several times on the current basis. But what a coincidence! Lian Kishi snapped his fingers and manipulated the avatar he had previously deployed in the army of the Black Orchid realm. Since you want to smoke, let's add some flavoring to you. OM. 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 In every corner of the Helan realm, some monsters that were not originally connected by the silk threads distributed by Shabu suddenly had fluctuations of the same origin as Shabu. After attracting the idle threads in the sky, the magic power on these monsters suddenly began to change. The power of the curse with an ominous breath rose from them one after another. The curse of body decay, the curse of splitting the soul, the curse of absorbing the source of life, the curse of deepening pain. A large amount of curse was accompanied by magic power, which was absorbed by the thread distributed by Shabu. And after a brief transmission, these hundreds of thousands or even millions of curses fell on Shabu at the same time. Shabu, who was still wondering why Pu Kishi didn't come to interfere with him, endured this wave of curse attacks unprepared. How can this be? The aura that was still soaring stopped in vain. The power on his body did not increase but decreased, and Shabu, who was even lower than that, stared at Bai Kishi with wide eyes in disbelief. The goals I draw are all my direct descendants. Why can your power be absorbed by me together? Maybe I am also your descendant. Plated Kishi raised his eyebrows, with a playful smile on his face. Speaking of which, Shouldn't I call you mother, Shabu's mother? Do not make jokes. Being provoked by Pu Kishi jumping in the face, Shabu's anger rose instantly. Do you think this will stop me? Stop you? Lu Kishi tilted his head in doubt. What are you referring to? It's already at this time, how dare you be so careless? Forcibly suppressing the curse that erupted in his body, Shabu said with an angry face. But my plan has been completed. Maybe tell you in 1.3 that absorbing the power of the same source to strengthen oneself is just the effect of Siyuan returning to the bright side. Next, let you see its true power. Ka. 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 The silk threads that originally spread from Shabu's body all burst apart in an instant. In the next second, 4 conceptually transparent threads rose slowly from behind Shabu. Chapter 520, Kishi's Backhand. As one of Shabu's biggest cards, Siyuan's return to nature does not only have the single effect of strengthening oneself. In fact, return to the origin is a compound auxiliary skill. In addition to absorbing the power of the same source, it is used to strengthen itself. Shabu can also convert the absorbed power, bless it to the surrounding teammates, strengthen and heal them. It can be said that this is a terrifying move that can exert its power to the extreme on a large-scale battlefield. According to Shabu's original plan, the time for this trick to appear should be in the final battle with Void. As long as you find the right time to use 09, then the Three Pillars God Alliance will have the opportunity to defeat Void head-on in the competition of mid to high-end combat power. But, as the saying goes, plans cannot keep up with changes. The Black Orchid realm is about the Three Pillars God Alliance breaking through the surface protection of the Void, and it must not be lost here. Go! Manipulating the 4 conceptual threads around him, Shabu completed the selection of the object in an instant. Nyarlathotep, Idhira, Dumanto, and Ipo who was seriously injured and fell to the ground. The 4 6th-level peaks located in various corners of the battlefield were connected together by Shabu at this moment through the return of origin. In the next second, she transformed the power she had just absorbed into a total of 4 parts, 1 big, 3 small, and flowed in the direction of the 4 of them respectively. Sure enough, I used this trick. Seeing Shabu whose breath continued to drop, even more sluggish than at the beginning, there was a smile on Pu Kishi's face. Looks like I won the bet, Shabu. Shabu. As if hearing Lu Kishi's words, Shabu's eyes flashed with suspicion. It's already at this time, are you still stubborn? Even if I enter a weak state, my strength is still comparable to the peak of the 6th realm. As long as I hold you back for a while, and wait for Yubo to fully recover, none of you will leave the Black Orchid realm alive. Are you sure he can recover? Platinum Kishi asked with a smile. You are too impatient, follow along. Before using this trick, didn't you think about why Senna didn't kill Ipo? Of course I've thought about it. Shabu chuckled twice, without the slightest panic. If I'm not mistaken, you should have left something behind in Ipo's body. I want to wait for one of us to rescue him at close range, and bring the rescuer along with him. Oh! Lien Kishi raised his eyebrows, so I thought about it. Then you still dare to connect yourself with the other party, you are more courageous than I imagined. That's the effect of you not understanding the return to the source. Shabu's face was full of confidence. The treatment of returning to the source is the treatment that fundamentally eliminates all injuries and negative states. Even if you leave any backhands in Yubo's body, 377 will be wiped out by them. What if it can't be cleaned? Plated Kishi asked rhetorically, if it can't be removed, have you considered what problems will arise? That's impossible. For some reason, an ominous premonition suddenly rose in Shabu's heart. Time is limited, the backhands you arrange in Yubo's body must have certain limitations. In such a short period of time, it is impossible to let go of the backhand that even Siyuan's return cannot be eliminated. Sorry, Shib. Slap. He casually snapped his fingers, and really moved Senna's avatar that he helped keep in Yibo's body. That kind of backhand really exists. Chapter 527 Receiving Power, Death of Yibo. Senna is not one to show mercy. Her attitude towards these orthodox evil gods of the Three Pillars God Alliance is basically zero tolerance. As long as there is a chance, she will wipe it out without hesitation. It is also because of this that it was not a coincidence that she did not take advantage of the opportunity to kill Yibo before. Just as Shabu speculated, she left a backhand in the opponent's body to severely injure the enemy who was going to save Ipo. But, contrary to Shabu's expectations, Senna's backhand in the opponent's body is not a backhand in the traditional sense. In that blow, what she arranged in Yibo's body was the clone of Chi Kishi who had left the Black Orchid realm to inform them. Under normal circumstances, this avatar will turn into a time bomb and detonate directly when an enemy approaches. Severely injure and even eliminate Yibo and the approaching enemies together. But, after noticing what Shabu wanted to do, Gu Kishi, who was supposed to detonate the clone directly, came up with a new plan. That is reception. Your strength, I will not hesitate to accept it. Use the technique of connecting with Shabu's silk thread before. Zhen Kishi adjusted the source, blood, breath, and everything else of his avatar to be at the same frequency as Yibo. After confirming that it could affect Shabu's power transmission, she manipulated her clone hidden in Yibo's body to receive all the power it just transmitted. OM. 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 Huge waves of magic power emerged from Lu Kishi's body, and the injuries he had just suffered began to fade away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Through the connection between the avatar and the main body, Pu Kishi, who directly received this power, returned to its peak in an instant. I have to say, your move is really powerful. If you really let you transmit it, that guy may really be rescued by you. But don't worry, I won't give you a second chance. Boom. Dedicated to manipulating the avatar to kill Yibo, Pu Kishi, who had recovered from his injuries, looked at Shabu with a smile on his face. Do you want to surrender? If you admit defeat now, I can spare your life. Vr. Shabu, who was ridiculed by the jumping face, instantly turned ugly. Her mentality was directly played by Zhen Kishi's operation. Hesitating to use the whole cards not only did not achieve satisfactory results. Instead, it was used by the enemy to restore it to its peak. What made her even more uncomfortable was that the situation deteriorated further. After borrowing Yibo's identity to steal her power, Platinum Kishi didn't give her another chance to use other whole cards, and directly and decisively killed Yibo. The chance to come back was lost, and she also suffered from many curses, which greatly reduced her strength. Now she is facing Pu Kishi, who is 3 points stronger than in her peak period, which is obviously not enough. In a real fight, I'm afraid it won't last long at all. And once she loses, the empty-handed Xiang Kishi cooperates with the equally troublesome Senna, Zhao, and the result is self-evident. I have no choice but to take back the power I just sent out. That means you are not prepared to surrender. Seeming to see through Shabu's thoughts, she casually pulled out a sharp black knife. To be honest, being too stubborn is not a good thing sometimes. Especially when your every move is under my control, even more so. Chapter 528 Petrochemical Curse, Seal Shabu. Every move is controlled by Zhen Kishi? Shabu frowned subconsciously. What do you mean by that? Literally, of course. Gu Kishi took a leisurely step and walked towards Shabu. You don't really think that I just did nothing except absorb your power? Shabu. After Pu Kishi's reminder, Shabu instantly realized the problem. When she just used Return to the Origin for the first time, Chi Kishi was connected with the silk thread through the avatar, thus directly transmitting the curse to her body. I just used the concept thread to connect with Yibo, and the connection between the two is more in-depth. Once again, he used his avatar to forcefully check Lian Kishi, and there was no reason not to do some tricks. What did you do? 577. Are you still not giving up at this time? Seeing that Shabu was secretly checking his physical condition while asking, Lu Kishi shook his head helplessly. I wanted to take you back intact. But since you choose to resist all the time, then don't blame me for being heavy-handed. As soon as the voice fell, Lu Kishi's figure disappeared and rushed straight towards Shabu. Hateful. Facing the menacing Pu Kishi, Shabu naturally didn't dare to distract himself. She was originally on the weak side. Now if you distract your energy, it is no different from a move. Not, actually, ever. Before she could take any action, an ominous aura suddenly rose from her body. This is... Looking at his petrified right arm, Shabu's pupils instantly shrank into needles. Curse of petrification. How is it possible? This kind of low-level curse can't affect me at all. Low-level curse. Chi. 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 Taking advantage of the time when Shabu was trapped, Ji Kishi, who came to the other party, mercilessly swung his sharp blade down. A dazzling cold light flashed across the air, and Shabu's indestructible body was cut into upper blocks in an instant. Boom! In the next second, the petrified curse spread all over Shabu's body, and started a second eruption. Under the gaze of Lu Kishi, the flesh that had just been cut and scattered all turned into grey stones at this moment. It's over. Controlling the power in the body, after adding dozens of top-level seals on each stone, spread out and gather them in front of him. Being suppressed to this extent by the low-level curse that I look down upon, do you have anything to say? What exactly is this? Shabu's voice rang intermittently in Lu Kishi's mind. This level of power is not something that low-level curses can possess. Unfortunately, the thing blocking you is the petrification curse. Xiang Kishi shrugged, took out a black sack and stuffed all the pieces of Shabu's body into it. It's just compared to the ordinary petrification curse. The petrified curse in your body has added something different. Shab. Then tell me, what the hell is it? Talk halfway, intentionally disgusting her, right? In the end, he gave Xiakishi a resentful look, and Shabu, who was put into the special sack, lost consciousness and fell into a deep sleep. Okay, done. Putting away the sack in his hand, Gu Kishi glanced around. The next thing, well, let's help Senior Alger first. With the loss of a part of the origin and the fight with the Sixth Realm for so long, even she should feel strenuous. Chapter 529 Reappearance of the 10-party ban. There is no problem with Lu Kishi's speculation. In fact, the battle between Alger and Yidhira was worse than she expected. When she arrived, Algar was scurrying around, dodging attacks from a group of Idra. Too slow. Alger couldn't help complaining, it takes so long to solve a guy who knows everything. Well, I'm going too soon. Helping to block the ground-washing attack falling from the sky, Pu Kishi shrugged helplessly. That guy is more cautious. I spent a lot of time to seduce her into the bait. Humph. Stop talking nonsense. With a cold snort of displeasure, Alger looked up at Yidra in the sky. Hurry up and help Al-chan take that BD down. Al-chan is going to punch her bad face a few times. Give it to me. Although Alger's tone was a bit aggressive, Ji Kishi wasn't impatient at all. Because in this battle, the opponent really paid a lot. Just like Shabu said, low-level curses like the petrification curse cannot affect her body. As for the more advanced curses, they will be discovered clearly by Shabu the moment they are transmitted into the body. In order to successfully yin to Shabu, try to get rid of this three-pillar god in the shortest possible time. After getting the information from Suwu, the final choice is to use Algar's source. Through the compatibility between the two, the petrification curse and the origin of Algar are fused. In this way, the curse of petrification is still a curse of petrification on the surface, and the breath has not changed in the slightest. Only when Algar's origin is activated, its power will be crazily improved. But The price of doing so is that Alger will temporarily lose part of his origin, resulting in a significant drop in strength. If the enemy finds out, it is even more likely that this part of the origin will be destroyed, causing Alger to permanently lose the possibility of being promoted to the 7th level. It can be said that this is a potentially extremely risky self-destruct tactic. If one fails, Alger will face an all-losing ending. But luckily, they won the bet. And the chain reaction after winning the bet is that they will gain the upper hand in all aspects. It's time to end. Controlling the number of clones not inferior to Yadhira, Genkishi wiped out his clones at an extremely fast speed. Then, she waved the sharp blade in her hand and slashed towards the space interlayer beside her. Don't try to hide. Since I can see through you once, I can naturally see through you a second time. 0 asterisk. Boom. As if the sword energy that cut everything in the world into 2 pieces fell, it cut into pieces the dream space that was no longer around. Looking at the figure that was shrouded in a cloud of mist and looked like a mass of mud. After Lian Kishi thought for a while, he folded his palms together in front of his chest. 10 Directions Band. He learned the unique skills from Truman, the god of elements, and reappeared in the world again. 0. Blue magic circles rose from all around, and the originally turbulent space was forcibly fixed in an instant. With the space enchantment formed by the 10-direction ban as the dividing line, the inside and outside are completely transformed into 2 worlds. This is. Faced with Lian Kishi's sudden move, Yadhira, who still had some confidence, suddenly changed his face. How is it possible, to be able to cut off my connection with the outside dream space? After all, it is one of the trump cards of the 7th realm. Isn't it natural to achieve this level? After successfully cutting off Yadhira's retreat, Genkishi looked at him calmly. Either obediently come down and let me seal it, and then accept the iron fist of Senior Alger. Either resist in the corner, and be completely killed by me and Senior Argel. I'll give you 10 seconds to choose one. Chapter 530, Nyarlathotep's Sap. At the same time that Lu Kishi and Alger worked together to solve Yadhira. On the other side of the battlefield, Nyarlathotep, who had been stalemate with Senna, finally noticed something was wrong. It's strange. After that Shub guy took back his strength, why did he suddenly stop moving? While Yumantua stepped forward to fight Senna, Nyarlathotep, who temporarily retreated to the back, spread his perception to the surroundings. In the next second, she successfully noticed what the current 820 situation was, and she suddenly had a headache. What are you doing? That guy Shabu, what he said sounds nice. Why did they really fight, and they were brought down within a few minutes? Turned down. Human Ento, who had just finished a new round of fighting, also widened the distance between him and Senna. Spread the perception to the surrounding battlefield. In the next second, Yadhira, who was raising his hand to surrender, appeared in his mind. Demanto. RNM, what kind of teammate is this? He fought fiercely in the front, and the other side directly raised the white flag to surrender. Too many pits. What are you going to do? Demon Ento, who was still fighting high, calmed down instantly as if he had been splashed with cold water. Retreat? Aren't you a little too optimistic? Nyarlathotep looked at each other delicately. In the current situation, we can run if we want to. It's easy. Although his personality is a bit reckless, Demon Ento can grow to the peak of the 6th realm, so he naturally has his own cards. I have a way to detonate the Black Orchid realm in an instant. It's just that after using this trick, I didn't go all out to do other things. Oh. Nyarlathotep raised his eyebrows. You want to detonate the Black Orchid realm to distract the other side, and then let me take you away. That's right. Human Ento asked, how about it, do you want to cooperate? It's more reliable for the two of us to cooperate than to separate the guests and rely on means. That's right. Nyarlathotep touched his chin, lost in thought. In her opinion, Demanto's suggestion is really good. But compared with running away directly through such violent means, Nyarlathotep thought about it carefully, and felt that he seemed to have a better way. Yuma Ento, come here. Nyarlathotep waved at the opponent, I'll help you add some status. Add status? Demon Ento leaned over with some doubts, do you still have this ability? This is the first time I've heard of it. Well, it's normal. Silently took out a crowbar, a smile appeared on Nyarlathotep's face. After all, most of the people who have seen this trick before have been solved by me. Demanto. Hearing Nyarlathotep's words, Demanto, who felt something was wrong, leaned back instantly. But before he had opened enough distance, a white palm held the crowbar and smashed it down. Bang! It is different from ordinary physical 5.6 attacks. After accumulating power in advance, Nyarlathotep, who has added the must-hit attribute, accurately hit Wumentor's vitals. Done. Looking at Demanto, who had shrunk into a small ball of fire under his feet, Nyarlathotep leisurely looked at Senna, who was not far away. Then you just need to find a way to convince this dead-headed guy, and you can fish for a while. Chapter 531 Senna's Compromise. What happened? Senna, who has a high level of fighting literacy and can maintain absolute calm no matter what situation he faces in the past, has rarely fallen into confusion. Is there an infighting on the other side? Why did they fight, and suddenly attacked their own people? Senna, Al-chan is here. Just when Senna couldn't figure it out, Alger's voice came from afar. On your side, hey? You hit 2 and killed 1. Is it so powerful? I didn't do it. Senna shook his head and replied truthfully, that guy was brought down by Nyarlathotep. Alger 09. Nyarlathotep? Silently staring at Senna for a few seconds, Alger also became confused. Aren't they 2 teammates? Not sure. Senna said, looking at Lu Kishi. The opponent is the captain of their 3-person team. At the same time, he was also the only person who was entrusted with the important task by Suwu and delivered a lot of information. If it was the other party, they might know something. She probably wants to surrender. Noticing Senna's gaze, Pu Kishi, who did not disappoint the other party's expectations, replied. Although he is one of the 3 pillar gods, Nyarlathotep's attitude is quite swaying. For her, choosing to surrender should not be a shameful thing. As long as you don't violate the devil god's head order, this identity can be abandoned at any time. Senna. Hearing what Lien Kishi said, she instantly remembered the scene when she first met Nyarlathotep. If I remember correctly, the other parties seemed to be running errands for Suwu to deliver letters. While fighting with Void, while helping Void Boss send a message. Or kill her. Senna put forward his own opinion, based on my experience, this wavering person is the most dangerous. Fix it as soon as possible to avoid future troubles. Oh, I knew it would be like this. As if hearing Senna's words, Nyarlathotep not far away suddenly sighed. You guys are really brain dead. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. I just want to eliminate hidden dangers. Senna replied blankly, anyway, a dangerous guy like you won't do anything good. If you keep it and don't kill it, you will only harm more people. Super. Even if you say that, you can't kill me. Nyarlathotep shrugged, I have an agreement with Suwu. If you kill me, it is equivalent to disobeying the other party's order. Have you ever made an agreement with Suwu? Senna frowned, and moved his eyes to Lien Shishi. Is this real? Plated Kishi nodded, Suwu said before that he made a deal with Nyarlathotep. The other party helps to provide information and help the Void side gain an advantage in this war. As a price, he needs to help Nyarlathotep break through to the 7th realm. Help break through to the 7th realm? Senna's expression became more and more complicated. Originally, she thought that Nyarlathotep was simply cooperating with the void side. It now appears that the connection between the two parties is deeper than she imagined. Calm down a little bit, Senna. As if seeing through Senna's thoughts, Lu Kishi patted her on the shoulder. Nyarlathotep is not as simple as you think. If she 033 runs away with all her heart, even if there is no cooperation between the two parties, it will not be so easy to catch. Don't worry, I understand the seriousness of the matter. Withdrawing the weapon in his hand, the murderous aura on Senna gradually dissipated. Nyarlathotep is indeed a target to be eliminated. But for her, it is not necessary to kill. Her primary goal will always be Makan Thales. To kill the opponent, Suwu's help is needed. Is there anything else to do next? Clean up those little ones. Chiao Kishi glanced at Heilanja, although it's nothing to us, it's still the elite of the Three Pillars Alliance. If you let go, you will cause a lot of trouble to the people below when you turn around. Good. Chapter 532 Next move, Suwu's ring. Dream World, Time House. Is the Kishi side over? Slowly opening his eyes, Suwu, who was constantly comprehending the high-level power and promoting the power of chaos, woke up. A little faster than I expected. But in this way, you can completely avoid Yog's return. Due to the timely shot of void consciousness, Yogurt, who traveled back to the past, didn't have time to do anything. Although this result is considered a good thing for the void side, it is actually a good thing for Yog. The consequences are not serious, which means that they will not receive the key care of the chaotic order. In addition, Yog can indirectly borrow the power of Devil's Head, and he will soon be able to wear down the power of the chaotic order that he is chasing. And when he succeeds in passing away, it is when he returns from the long river of time and space. Now that Lian Kishi and others broke through the Black Orchid realm at this point in time, they just avoided this return time. Without the help of the Seventh Realm, the attention to their side can also come to an end for the time being. But going out for a trip, the entire elite army was wiped out, and 2 of my colleagues also disappeared directly. No matter how good Yog's mentality is now, he probably won't be able to sit still. Originally, it was to fight for aid, but it was gradually eroded. Now there are no subordinates, and the elite has suffered heavy losses. It can be said that the actions of Xiang Kishi and others have directly dealt a devastating blow to Yog's plan. From the moment the Black Orchid realm was breached, Yog's plan had already been declared over. But the other party is not someone who will give up easily. Especially after realizing that there are a lot of secret treasures hidden on his side, he will definitely try his best to break through the siege. The mid to low-end battlefield has been completely defeated, and everything that is currently prepared has also been in vain. In order to break through the void, the next step he has to do is probably to find more allies. Randomly writing a letter in mid-air, Suwu threw it and 3 rings to the fantasy world. It seems that we have to prepare in advance to avenge Senna. Dreamland, Lord's Pavilion. Ka. Pushing open the door of the room, Macefield walked in leisurely from the outside. Bayu, I heard Asses say you are looking for me. Is there a problem? Well, there is indeed something. Bayu, who was processing the documents, stood up. Suwu sent a task, and you, Baiji, and the Halloween Queen are required to go out for a walk. Hey! Macefield raised his eyebrows, his expression became serious. This combination, is this going to come out of the void? That's right. Bayu nodded, took out a bloody ring from her bosom and handed it over. This operation is very dangerous, and it may face multiple 5th and 6th realms. In order to prevent accidents, Suwu has prepared some hole cards for you. Is this the ring, Zhao's? It looks quite ordinary. Macefield took a look and took it directly on his finger. Buzz. In the next second, a mysterious fluctuation of fate rose from Macefield's body, and the terrifying coercion spread slowly and rapidly to the surroundings. Hey, stand! Noticing the changes in his body, a look of disbelief flashed in Macefield's eyes. This is the power of high-level destiny. Chapter 533 Sharing High-Level Power. It is different from ordinary main gods. Due to his own special experience, Macefield once had the power of the 5th level in the battle with the God of Light. Although it is only a short-term one-time experience card. But that experience still gave Macefield a lot of gains. The most intuitive of these is that she gained the insight to break through from the 1st level to the 5th level. It's still the kind of sentiment that fits itself completely and can be used directly by copying it. Because of this, Macefield is no stranger to the next stage of the power of fate, the high-level power of fate. How did you do that? Macefield looked at the ring in his hand in surprise. Just bringing it on will allow me to regain control of the power of high-level destiny. And compared to the state when I entered the 5th level before, the control speed should not be higher. Yeah, it's amazing. Bai Yu, who knew the effect of the ring in advance, smiled. This is the low-level equipment that Su Wu made with reference to the secret treasure of chaos, the Ring of Contract. You can think of it as a connector. After you bring it, you can obtain part of Su Wu's power through the connection between the original contract. Can even high-level power be shared? There was emotion on Macefield's face. The gap between the low-level main god and the high-level main god is the control of high-level power. During the period after the war within the void ended, Macefield was not idle either. Through the accumulation of a large amount of resources and previous insights, she has now broken through to the 4th realm of the Lord God. Now with the assistance of this ring, she is now sure to kill even the ordinary 5th realm head-on. Speaking of which, I remember that Beizi is also in the 4th realm. Yes. Seemingly understanding what Macefield wanted to ask, Bai Yu replied first. She has her own ring, too. In fact, even the Halloween Queen of the 5th realm was given a ring. Can this thing be mass-produced? Macefield's expression became subtle. After successive breakthroughs to reach the 4th realm of the main god, her talent and the application of the power of fate have been improved several levels. With her enhanced strength, she is able to collect information from the chaos at a long distance, so forgive me. Because of this, she realized how precious and outrageous this ring was. Even something like this can be mass-produced. As expected of Su Wu, he can always do something shocking all of a sudden. 0. Ask for flowers. Well, just get used to it. Bai Yu at the side smiled. By the way, Su Wu also asked me to tell you one more thing. What's up? He said that when you go out this time, you can temporarily bring the slaying stone with you. What about the fox demon realm? That thing is the world spirit of the fox demon world. 0. Even if she has dealt with the backlog of negative emotions, there will still be many problems if she takes them away directly. Fox Demon World, you don't have to worry. Bai Yu explained, during your absence, I will temporarily take over the identity of World Spirit through special means. As long as it's not a long-term succession, returning the killing stone to its place after you come back won't have any impact. By the way, Bai Ji and Queen Halloween have already gone to the Fox Demon World first. When you get the killing stone, you can go straight away. I see. Macefield nodded, wait for me for a while. I'm making preparations, let's go to the source of the Fox Demon. P.S. It's a bit embarrassing, too much opening has caused memory confusion, I thought this book was updated yesterday, but it didn't, sorry. Chapter 534 Backtracking in Time and Space, Yog's Analysis. Time passed, and a month passed in a blink of an eye. At the same time when Macefield and others finished their preparations and went to chaos according to the coordinates given by Su Wu. Yog, who has been chased by the chaotic order, finally wiped out the opponent's power and ran out of the long river of time. But, looking at the completely destroyed Helan realm in front of him, basically leaving only an empty shell, he fell into a rare silence. What happened? Didn't he just go out for a long trip? How come back after 740, I can't find a single acquaintance. Looking around in confusion, Yog separated a bubble on his body and floated into the air. Bang! In the next second, the bubble containing the power of time burst. In the entire Helan realm, what happened in the past month or so began to retrace before his eyes. Lian Qixi sneaked in, the raccoon cat replaced the prince, sneaked to kill the Eye of the World, Alger, and others came to start a full-scale war. Under the absolute strength, even the history of being tampered with by Lian Qixi was traced back to Yog. Is the whole army wiped out? After processing all the information in the blink of an eye, Yog, who understood the truth of the matter, seemed very calm at the moment. I didn't expect that Guy Nyarlathotep to establish cooperation with the Void side in private. From this point of view, his plan was delivered to Silwu personally by the other party from the very beginning. Silwu originally possessed omniscience plus derivation, plus the information provided by Nyarlathotep. At this moment, Yog finally understood why he had been restricted everywhere since he started the war. Silwu is a wily old fox. The actions of oneself and others are not secret in front of the other party. It would be strange if this were not restricted. I'm afraid if it wasn't for worrying about alarming the head of the demon god. At the moment when I went back to the past through the long river of time and space, I saw more than just void consciousness alone. What should we do next? Yog fell into deep thought. For those who are strong in the main god realm, starting from the fifth realm, basically one realm and one sky. Take him as an example, he alone can wipe out all existences below the seventh realm of the void. It is also because of this that the annihilation of his subordinates will not cause any blow to him. There is only one factor that really affects such a low-end battlefield matchup. That is the whole card he arranged in advance. Just like the Helan realm under his feet. Now that this place is breached, he loses the quick way to break the outer barrier of the void. At that time, if you want to break through there, you must do it yourself. And this move will cause a certain amount of power consumption for him, which will further affect the follow-up battle of consent. This is where Yog really gets tricky. None of the seventh realms of the void are simple. Originally, he didn't have an absolute chance of winning, but in the end, he was exhausted one step ahead. In addition, the void is the enemy's home field, so there must be some corresponding backup preparations. Once a fight starts, his chances of winning will drop by 10 to 20% immediately. Under this premise, even Yog couldn't pretend nothing happened and continue to attack the void as originally planned. It seems that we can only find some allies. Yog silently calculated. Now on his side, there are a total of 3 7th level people. On the other side of the void, there are 2 7th realms, Kang and Void Consciousness. But this is only the most optimistic calculation. Silwu's potential threat is too great, and 3.4 must be treated as the 7th realm. In addition, Nyarlathotep, who was temporarily attracted, has the possibility of breaking through before the decisive battle begins. To be on the safe side, you have to calculate to the 7th realm of emptiness. Coupled with the group of bugs that he saw in the long river of time and space not long ago, which appeared outside the void. There are 5 7th level people on the void side. It seems that at least 2 more allies need to be found. Chapter 535 Yog's Goal, Sanctuary College. Find 2 7th realm allies. For Yog, this matter may be a bit difficult, but it is not impossible. There are not many 7th realms in the chaos, but they are not too few. On weekdays, 1 by 1 is compared to 1 Buddhist, and there is no movement. Apart from the chaotic order watching from above, the main reason is that there is nothing to do. Everyone who has come this far has their own cards. Even if there are very few people who are idle and want to make troubles, they still have to think about whether they can catch the opponent's cards. After much deliberation, those who have trouble making ideas settle down by themselves. But this does not mean that those 09 people who like to make troubles have disappeared. As long as there is a suitable reason, they will still jump out of the chaos. But now Yog can give the other party such a reason. The opportunity to break through to the 8th realm. Looking at the direction of the void, a look of longing flashed in Yog's eyes. Although this is just his inference. But he believes that these 8 achievements are the truth. It has been lurking all year round, even at the expense of reincarnation. Suwu could only make it to the peak of the 7th realm to reach the 8th realm. Now that the other party is starting to act, it means that the opportunity has been touched. Of course, it doesn't matter if you guess wrong. Because today's Suwu, there is another great value. That is the way of omniscience and omnipotence. As a way of the main god that has never been born before. It's on the starting line, closer to the point than anyone else. As long as there is a chance to copy it, then even if they are both in the 7th realm, they will be able to overwhelm the crowd. With so many baits around, those ambitious 7th realm will definitely take the bait. Such is the case with the Master of Truth. Such is the case with perfect creatures. The same goes for the person he's going to find next. Mad Dragon Makan Thales, in this direction. Silently recalling which area the opponent's territory is in, Yog's figure disappeared in place. At the same time, a world bubble located southwest of the void. Is this the destination? Macefield poked his head out and began to fight seriously. It feels much smaller than the void. Aren't you awake? With long white hair hanging behind her, Baiji, who habitually closed her eyes, walked over from behind her. The void is one of the top worlds in chaos. If this world called Sanctuary Academy is bigger than the void, then Suwu wouldn't send us to judge it at all. The low-level world is fine. After crossing a certain boundary, the level of the world is often linked to the strength of its internal powerhouses. If they really want to surpass void in terms of scale, it means that their destination has at least 3 people from the 7th realm. What that means is naturally self-evident. Of course I understand what you said. Macefield glanced at her. It's just the first time to travel around in the void, so I'm a little emotional. Speaking of which, where's the Halloween Queen? The destination is here, and it's time for her to appear next. Her words have already been acted upon. Baiji raised his hand and pointed to the front right. Look, isn't it right there? Chapter 536, The Rejection of Makan Thales. In the Sanctuary World. Master Sayori. A woman in golden armor stepped over long steps and came to a huge palace. Received a summons, someone from the void came to visit. Void. Ka. Right in front of the palace, the tightly closed gate suddenly opened to both sides. A slim figure in a white dress holding a golden scepter slowly walked out of it. Looking at the woman kneeling on the ground in front of her, Sayori asked calmly. Who is here? The master of the 4th era of the void, the Queen of Halloween. Carlo Lin replied. In addition, there are 2 4th-level people with a somewhat special aura. Is there only one 5th realm? Sayori's expression became a little calmer. What is the other party's purpose? Not yet. Carlo Lin shook her head. The leader of the other party expressed that he wanted to see you. Want to meet in person? A thoughtful look flashed in Sayori's eyes. It doesn't seem like a simple matter. Then what do you mean? Bring it here first. Sayori walked back into the palace. After all, you are a person in the void, so you can't go directly. Yes. Dragon Canyon. Inside a magnificent palace. Makan Thales, who was in a state of deep cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the bubbles that slowly emerged in front of him. That's a real rarity. Breaking here suddenly, are you going to declare war on me? Yog's voice came from the bubble. I'm not that boring yet. I came here this time because of your cooperation. Cooperate? Makan Thales laughed. You mean after being beaten into a homeless dog by the people of the void, you want me to be the next one to cooperate? It seems that you are paying attention to my actions. It didn't seem to be a surprise that Makan Thales knew everything, and Yog's voice sounded again. So what's your opinion, Long Worker? It depends on your sincerity. Thales crossed his legs, with a sarcastic expression on his face. If it's too stingy, I won't cooperate with an insidious guy like you. Anyway, the goal is there, and I can also reap the benefits by acting alone. No, you can't touch it. Yog dispelled the illusion of the other party. Without my help, you will be dealt with by Siwu first. Taylor raised his eyebrows. Who is Siwu? Lord of the Void, a reincarnated omniscient. Yog replies, he definitely anticipated your actions. If you don't cooperate with me, Song Chuan will be the first to be excluded. Interesting. Thales grinned, then you can get out. I want to see how the so-called omniscient one will get rid of me. MDZZ. Please be careful not to go to areas other than the long steps of the Star Palace. Arriving on the stairs that had been walked for countless times, Karl Olin reminded the three people beside her. The roses planted there are highly poisonous varieties mixed with the chaotic atmosphere. Even if it touches the 5th level, it will be troublesome. Sounds pretty good. Macefield looked at it curiously. Can you give me a few flowers when you leave later? Elena might like it. It depends on Sayori-sama's opinion. Carlolyn raised her head and looked at the looming palace ahead. There is the temple of the goddess. Master Sayori is waiting for us there, let's go there quickly. Chapter 537, Sanctuary Status. With Carlolyn leading the way, everyone did not encounter any setbacks on the last journey. Arriving in front of the temple of the goddess safe and sound, Carlolyn took a step forward. In the next second, golden light bloomed from her body and projected onto the huge stone gate in front of her. Ka! It seemed that the verification was completed, and the stone door suddenly opened. In the next second, forests stood on both sides of the palace, and the huge stone pillars with mysterious inscriptions came into everyone's eyes. At the end of the huge stone pillar, there is a high platform. In the middle of the high platform, a slender figure sat on a chair, looking calmly at the people at the door. Meeting for the first time, guests who came from afar. Sayori's cherry lips parted slightly, and she spoke slowly. I am the Lord of Sanctuary, Sayori Kido. I have just heard about the identities of the three. I don't know what is the purpose of your 713 trips to come to see me. Since you know everything, I won't introduce myself too much. The Queen of Halloween took a step forward, and replied without losing her momentum. To tell you the truth, we are here this time for hunters. Borrower? A look of surprise flashed in Sayori's eyes. Who do you want to borrow? It's this one. The Queen of Halloween raised her palm and darkened the sudden Carlolyn beside her. I need to temporarily borrow her for a while and bring her to the void. Okay. Ajat. Sayori was silent for a few seconds, then nodded towards the Halloween Queen. As long as you can guarantee that Carlolyn is safe and sound, I can lend her to you. Of course I will. Seemingly not surprised by the other party's answer, the Queen of Halloween continued to speak. In addition to borrowing Carlolyn, we have another thing to do this time. Say it. Sayori felt a little helpless. Sanctuary is not weak. Even in the chaos, it is a somewhat famous existence. If it was the past, who would dare to talk to her like that? She doesn't need to do anything, the people below will send each other on the road in order to please her. But today is different. The three women standing in front of her are people of emptiness. The opponent is one of the top forces in the chaos. Among other things, the existence of the three seventh realms alone was enough to be the reason for all her compromises. But if you still want to borrow people, I hope that the void side can come up with enough rewards. After all, we are currently at war. Borrowing the words of too many people will put us at a disadvantage on the battlefield. Then you can rest assured. The Halloween Queen said calmly. What I'm going to say next is related to this war. Sayori. Can this even be related? The people who are now attacking the sanctuary are the three forces of the Temple of the Sun Flame, the Temple of the Deep Sea, and the Temple of the Underworld. On the other side, ignoring Sayori who was in doubt, the Halloween Queen continued to speak. The leaders of these three parties are the sixth realm of the Lord God just like you. It's just that compared with you, the Master God who is at the peak of the sixth realm, the three of them have a lot of gaps. That's why we chose to join forces, and finally fell into a stalemate with Sanctuary and fought inseparably. I'm right, Goddess Sayori. Sayori nodded, that's right. Speaking of which, you shouldn't. Just like you think. Seemingly knowing what the other party wanted to say, the Queen of Halloween gave the answer directly. We will help you eliminate these three parties. Chapter 538, The Legend of the Halloween Queen. Are you serious? Sayori looked at the Halloween Queen in surprise. From her eyes, it is not difficult to see that the other party is the pinnacle of the fifth realm. Although it is only one step away from the sixth realm. But this step is a natural moat. Don't you also know very well that those three guys are the strongest in the sixth realm? If you face it head-on, you won't be able to beat it. Not always. Halloween the Queen smiled and shook her head. She has the whole card given by So Wu. Glancing at the ring on the ring finger of her left hand, the Halloween Queen continued to speak. Anyway, I can help you do this. But as a price, I hope you can meet one of our requirements. Please say. Sayori's expression became solemn. In her view, the previous conversations were just foreshadowing. What the Queen of Halloween wants to say now is the real purpose of her arrival this time. As long as it is not too troublesome, I will do my best to satisfy. Don't worry, it's something you can do. The Halloween Queen raised her hand and pulled out a sheepskin scroll out of thin air. I hope you can sign this contract after I destroy those three forces. Contract. Sayori frowned. The slender hands were slightly raised. In the next second, the sheepskin scroll in the hands of the Halloween Queen fell into her hands. Slowly unfolding it up and down, she looked up the content word by word. After a while, she stopped what she was doing, and the expression on her face became complicated. If I'm not mistaken, this is the original contract. The Queen of Halloween nodded, looking at you, you don't know anything about it. I have paid attention to it before. Sayori made a simple perfunctory sentence and fell into deep thought. Although it was perfunctory, she did not lie. She really paid attention to things like the original contract before. And it's not that ordinary kind of attention. It's about looking deep, and trying to parse deep concerns. Strictly speaking, her way of the main god has a certain connection with this thing. Because of this, she is even more aware of the effect of this original contract than the Queen of Halloween. May I ask? Sayori raised her head, who gave this thing to you? Don't you already have the answer in your heart? The Halloween Queen chuckled, raised her finger and touched the top of her head. 0. Seeking flowers. There are not many people in the void who can order me. No matter who it is, you can't afford to mess with it. You're right. Sayori sighed, actually, I have already expected such a day. It's just that there has been no response before, and I thought the other party didn't care. Result. 0. The other party's appetite was bigger than she imagined. They didn't send anyone over until she had grown to the peak of the sixth realm. This is obviously a sign that she has been being watched all the time, and she will not be given the opportunity to secretly advance to the seventh realm. By the way, I forgot to say something. Just when Sayori felt in a dilemma, the voice of the Halloween Queen sounded again. Someone asked me to bring you a sentence. Sayori looked over, what are you talking about? Cough. If you want to see the source of the original contract, come to the void to see me. After trying to make her voice as similar as So Wu's, the Queen of Halloween restored the other party's words. That's it, nothing else. Yarn. The source of the original contract? 539 Sayori's favor. Sayori fell into a long silence after hearing the message from the Halloween Queen. Of course, she is not deciding whether to go to the void or not. On the contrary, after hearing what the Halloween Queen said, she knew she had no choice. Whether it is for their own safety, or for the future to be able to advance to the 7th realm, she must go on this trip to the void. But how to get rid of the void, 183 is a science. It is far from enough to go there empty-handed like a normal person. Don't say anything else, at least express enough sincerity. Coincidentally, the way to express sincerity has been said by the Queen of Halloween long before. 3 distinguished guests, are you interested in sharing your plans? Sayori said with a smile on her face, although you all come from the void, each of you has unique skills. But Aaron and the others, as the 6th realm, also have a lot of troublesome cards in their hands. In order to prevent accidents, I would like to participate in your plan and assist you in your actions. How? This shouldn't disrupt your plans. The Halloween Queen shook her head, of course not. The Halloween Queen naturally didn't understand the real reason for Sayori's sudden change of attitude. But she also more or less understood that this matter had something to do with what she had just brought for Suwu. Since a 6th level peak is willing to make a move, she will naturally not shirk. Just like Sayori said, she can have the whole card, so naturally the 6th realm can also have it. With Sayori's help, at least their safety can be greatly improved. Our first goal is the Deep Sea Temple. The Queen of Halloween revealed the plans that were prepared in advance. This force is closest to you, and it is also the force that fights you the most. Now our high-profile arrival must have attracted his attention. The next thing to do is to pay enough benefits to lure him into the bait. Deep Sea Temple. Master Julian, the investigation is clear. The commander of the guards in blue armor reported. Those who go to the sanctuary come from the void. Void. Wearing a white suit, a man with short water blue long hair raised his eyebrows 0. As a qualified faction leader, it is naturally impossible for him to be unfamiliar with this name. But why do people in the void go to the sanctuary? I have also investigated this. To Julian's surprise, the head of the guards answered his question. According to the information given by the spies in the sanctuary, the other party came to deliver goods. Julian raised his eyebrows. What delivery? There are many types of goods. The guard leader took out a prepared list and handed it to Julian in front of him. However, according to the analysis of the information obtained so far, it should include the above. As a result, the list glanced at it, and Julian frowned suddenly. 1.9 Heart of the Ocean, Spirit of Water Sea, Azure Gem. As a main god who has reached the 6th realm on the road of the water system, he is naturally no stranger to these items. Without exception, the things written on the list are all treasures related to the water attribute. Among the rarest ones, even he couldn't help but feel a little moved when he saw them. Interesting. Chapter 540, Julian's Deduction. No one who can grow into a high-ranking Lord God is a fool. Not to mention the existence of Julian who broke through to the 6th level and belonged to the ceiling among the high-level main gods. Therefore, as soon as he saw this list, countless possibilities appeared in Julian's mind. These things are bait, designed to seduce him into the bait. These things are the needs of a certain plan for yarn weaving. These things are the casting materials of a certain water magic. A large number of possibilities are like a list, constantly listed in Julian's 09 mind. However, after thinking about it several times, he failed to make an accurate judgment. There is still too little information. Julian looked at the commander of the guards in front of him. Where did you get this information? It was given by an informant placed in the sanctuary. Nonsense, I still don't know that it was given by the spies. Julian's forehead twitched, and suddenly he had the idea of killing this uninspired subordinate. But, seemingly feeling some kind of threat, the commander of the guards, who realized that he had said something wrong, quickly added. The informant who gave this information is in logistics in the sanctuary. In fact, he didn't know where the items came from. The only thing that can be confirmed is that these things were transported to the warehouse side after the arrival of the Void side. That's why you think that Sanctuary has made a deal with the Void. Julian narrowed his eyes, lost in thought again. In fact, it would be okay if it was just these substances. After all, based on these items, Sayori can at most create a water sealing barrier against him. But the biggest question now is whether there is any other transaction between the other party and Void. Have you investigated the identity and strength of the 3 people who came from the Void? I only know the identity of the leader. The commander of the guards replied, the opponent is one of the masters of the 4th era of the Void, the Queen of Halloween. As for the 2 behind her, they should be the powerhouses of the new generation of the Void, so there is no news. Why? Do you dominate? Julian tapped his fingers on the table. There will be a phenomenon of era replacement in the Void, which is something that anyone who has paid attention to that side knows. And so far, except for the first 3 epochs when the useful intelligence is about 0. Julian has more or less understood the situation in the following epochs of the Void. Because of this, he is no stranger to the name Halloween Queen. The pinnacle of the 5th realm to master the way of space. But this is information from a long time ago, and it is not impossible for her to break through to the 6th realm now. It seems a little too overkill for such a person to travel thousands of miles to deliver goods. And more importantly, Julian recently heard that Void is once again on the bar with the 3 Pillars Alliance. At this juncture, he didn't think that Void would waste manpower and material resources, just to send some materials to the sanctuary. Obviously, the other party has other plans. 600. For example, win over the sanctuary and take it under his command. In order to meet the next attack of the 3 Pillars God Alliance, it will increase the odds of winning. It seems that I have been treated as a persimmon. Thinking of this, the thoughts in Julian's mind became clear for a moment. What is the best way to win Sanctuary over? Of course, it is to give it certain benefits and leave a deep enough impression. The former Void side has already done it. As for the latter, Julian believes that the other party will take action soon. Nothing impresses Sanctuary more than crushing a stalemate foe. It seems that I have to prepare too. Chapter 541, Sneak Attack on the Deep Blue Temple. Against the enemies of the Void alone, that designation is unreliable. In order to ensure their own safety, the best way at the moment is to win over allies. After dismissing the commander of the guards at the side, Julian took out a black crystal ball from the storage space. A few seconds after injecting magic power into it, the black crystal ball began to vibrate slightly. Under his gaze, a black beam of light projected from above the crystal ball, forming a huge screen in midair. Julian. The man with long black hair and gorgeous armor stood in the center of the screen and looked over suspiciously. It's so rare that you would take the initiative to contact me. Well, after all, this matter is not only related to me. Julian shrugged. Do you have time to meet? There are some things I need to tell you face to face. 17. Aaron narrowed his eyes. Why can't you speak directly? Because it is easy to be eavesdropped. Julian patted the crystal ball. This thing is just an ordinary communication tool, not some secret treasure of chaos. If someone overhears what I'm going to say next, then there's real trouble. I see. As if realizing that Julian wasn't joking, Aaron replied after a little thought. Then go to the Eternal Space Realm. There is the neutral world closest to their 2 forces. Go there to meet, and it can also ensure maximum safety. Good. Julian agreed directly. See you later. He said he was going to the space realm to meet Aaron. Outside the Deep Sea Temple, Sayori spoke calmly. What to do next? Just wait. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. The Halloween Queen replied. The Deep Sea Temple is different from the Three Pillars Alliance. On the side of the Three Pillars God, there is a seventh realm like Yog, plus he is wary of Suwu's ability. That's why Suwu needs information from Nyarlathotep to be able to predict his actions. As for the Deep Sea Temple, Julian is just a newcomer who has not broken through the sixth realm for a long time, and he is not vigilant about Suwu's ability. Adding the two together, the actions that the other party may make are completely within Suwu's prediction. Since he has made an appointment with Aaron, the owner of the Nether Abyss Temple, he will naturally meet with Yanjing of the Sun Flame Temple. As for the reconciliation location, if nothing else happens, it will be on the side of the Eternal Space Realm. You're right. Relying on her own special ability, she completed the wiretapping. He's already contacted. Then his role is over. The Halloween Queen raised her palm and pulled out the space door aside. Are you ready? You can do it. Ah. Sayori froze for a moment, so direct. Or else. The Queen of Halloween glanced at her. Even if the other party is cautious, they would never expect us to launch an attack so soon. Only by shooting at this time can we really achieve the effect of a sneak attack. Well, you're right. Sayori nodded thoughtfully. After all, she is an auxiliary sixth realm of money. Even if it is the peak of the sixth realm, there is not much difference in combat effectiveness from a purely fighting sixth realm like Julian. This is also the main reason why she didn't break down one by one in the past. Now there is the Queen of Halloween to help sneak in, and her auxiliary ability is in charge. Adding the two together, even Julian couldn't escape softly. At this time, a sneak attack is indeed the best. Okay, let's do it. Sayori made a decision. Chapter 542, Julian's Strength. Inside the Deep Sea Temple. Julian, who had just finished talking with Yanjing, the owner of the Sun Flame Temple, put away the communication tools in his hand and stood up. He's not the type to procrastinate. Now that he has contacted the two of them on his own initiative, he must arrive at the rendezvous point first. But in order to prevent accidents, he planned to keep a backup on his hometown. Commander of the Guards, come here. Julian called out to the commander of the guards who had just been dismissed by him. But to his surprise, the commander of the guards who would arrive at the first time in the past did not give a reply. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The deadly atmosphere enveloped 490 Julian, and the faint smell of blood flowed into his nose along the sea breeze. As if realizing something, his face suddenly turned as black as coal. Are you so impatient to kill me? It's not that I can't wait. Ka. The door of the room was opened, and the Halloween Queen took the lead and walked in with a parasol. Just to save time. Fifth Realm. The first time the Queen of Halloween appeared, Julian saw through her details. Then, not surprisingly, his face was full of puzzlement. You didn't break through. Why does it feel like you look down on me? The Queen of Halloween showed displeasure on her face. The power of space bloomed from her body, and the entire Deep Sea Temple was instantly enveloped by her space domain. Without the slightest time to charge up, thousands of space cracks appeared around Julian's body in the next second. It's useless. The power of Azure high-level water element emerged on the surface of Julian's body, turning into armor to wrap it. Without being harmed in the slightest, he walked directly through this absolute domain of space towards the Halloween Queen. Just this level of attack can't penetrate my defense at all. Take out your cards and let me see where your confidence comes from. It doesn't take that much trouble to deal with you. The golden radiance quietly covered, Ajag, the body surface of the Halloween Queen. In the next second, the power of the space crack that was attacking Julian instantly increased to a higher level. Chi! 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 In just an instant, countless bloodstains appeared on Julian's body surface. But before the blood in his body flowed out, the power of the high-level water element wrapped around his body started to move. Still like still water, moving like a stormy sea. Having come to this point with the pure way of the water element, Julian naturally permeated all the mysteries about the water element. Whether it is attack, defense, or treatment, he can use it to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, all the scars that had just appeared on his body were completely healed. Not only that. Perhaps realizing what the golden light on the Halloween Queen's body means, the water drop marks on his forehead began to glow slightly. With the help of the power of the world and the array arranged in the ocean temple, the aura on his body began to rise rapidly. Boom! Boundless streams of water gushed out from Julian's body. Temporarily pushing back the surrounding space domain, Julian, standing in the waves, looked behind the Halloween Queen. Stop hiding, Kido Sayori. I'm not an idiot. With this level of increase, you are definitely nearby. Sure enough, I can't hide it from you. Yarn, which also exuded golden light, came out from behind the door. Chapter 543, The Power of Kido Sayori. Tisk, you're even here. Seeing Sayori come out from behind the scenes, Julian's expression instantly became serious. As an old rival, he has more or less experience in fighting against Sayori. Although in the end, in order to prevent being caught by the fishermen, both of them chose to stop. But through those few experiences, he still figured out the nature of yarn weaving's strength. Shared. Self-centered, you can freely share your own power with others around you. Even with the consent of the other party, they can contribute their power to themselves. On the surface, this is not a powerful boost ability. But due to the fact that yarn is the pinnacle of the sixth realm, and can borrow the power of everyone in the sanctuary to increase himself. Even Julian, who is good at fighting, can't live well facing the opponent head-on. And more importantly, in the past, the people who increased the yarn weaving were all ordinary main gods. Even if she has obtained her power, she is still a parallel importer who can't control her power well. But for the Queen of Halloween, that's obviously different. Looking at the golden figure standing next to Sayori, whose threat instantly rose to a level that could not be ignored, Julian's expression became more and more ugly. The other party is at the peak of the fifth realm, or in the midst of a long time. Under the sharing of Sayori, the Halloween Queen whose power level has been temporarily raised to the sixth level will not lose control of her power at all. A sixth realm who masters the way of space. This threat is even higher than that of Yarn, who is at the peak of the sixth realm. In addition, after sharing a part of the power level still stays at the sixth level of yarn weaving. Julian thought for a while, and his body instantly exploded into countless drops of water that spread around. This is still hitting Nima, just slip away. Too late. On the other hand, it seems that this situation has long been expected. The power of space covered by the Queen of Halloween increased several times in an instant. In the next instant, the space of the entire deep sea temple was completely covered. Together with the water drops that just flew out from all around, the Halloween Queen directly pulled everything around into the different space that she temporarily created. Give up, you can't escape. If you surrender now, you can still save your life. It sounds nice. After the escape failed, Julian, who had regrouped, looked over with a gloomy face. 0, seeking flowers. I've been fighting that guy next to you for so long. If she wants to be captured alive, then I might as well just die. Good. The Halloween Queen nodded, raising her palm to the left. Then as you wish. Julian. This script is wrong. Shouldn't the conditions be relaxed at this time and give him a certain promise to let him surrender? Why did you call me directly? Boom. After the body was crushed by the surrounding space, Julian's figure appeared on the other side. But what greeted him was still the unpretentious space compression. Bang! Julian's body was blown up again. It was at this moment that Julian finally realized something was wrong. Kirodo Sayori. Bang! You! Bang! Crazy! Bang! Your mother, Can you let him finish talking before doing anything? Bang! Chapter 544 Option number 37. The power of Saori Kido is sharing. Not only can you share the power of the surrounding friendly forces with yourself, but you can also share your own power with the surrounding friendly forces. Of course, if it's just that, it's still within the acceptable range. But the most frightening thing about Saori Kido is that there is no upper limit to this sharing. As long as the holder has enough physique to bear it, and has enough will and means to control it, then even if it is all his own power, Saori Kido can share it with the other party. Of course, the consequence of doing so is that he will become an ordinary person who loses his strength. Except for a slightly stronger physique, the rest of the 750 will basically not be preserved. In other words, Kido Saori who entered this state is equivalent to entrusting her own destiny to other people. Once the person who has obtained this power wants to do something, she may be subdued by the other party without even having time to regain the power. In the past, Julian also ridiculed and begged each other many times because of this. It is said that Fang Kong has great strength, but there is no one who can trust him. What about the peak of the 6th realm? He still fights with the strength of just entering the 6th realm. But now, the bad news that he laughed at Saori Kido came. Bang! The body exploded and was reborn again, and Julian, whose breath was extremely weak, lay on the ground, looking at the front in puzzlement. Why? Julian's face was full of confusion. He has absolutely no idea why this happened. Why did you entrust all your strength? Let's entrust it to a guy I just met not long ago. UBD, are you crazy? Of course I'm not crazy. Kido Saori replied with a smile, this is nothing more than a letter of surrender. The moment the Queen of Halloween helped convey Suwu's message, she already knew her end. Her way of the main god is based on the fact that she came to the void by accident countless years ago and took shape after observing the original contract. In other words, her foundation is the original contract. It is precisely because of this that she is the way to share. Not only can you share the power of others, but you can also share the breakthrough experience and insights of others. Through all kinds of Pi transactions, the Queen of Halloween has reached this step after Krypton Gold all the way, reaching the peak of the 6th realm. But there are no gratuitous benefits in this world. She enjoys the benefits of the original contract, so she will naturally have to pay a certain price. As early as countless years ago, the moment when he walked out of this special way of the main god with the power and theory of the original contract, Kido Saori felt something. Behind the original contract, there is a higher level existence. That is the source of the original contract. Based on the original contract, she will inevitably be affected by it. So the moment she deviates from this special path, her fate is no longer completely in her own hands. Either find a way to break through to the 7th realm, and use the power of chaos to completely cut off this connection. Either people from the void came to the door, captured it back as a puppet, or directly sliced it into props. Now she has reached the peak of the 6th realm, only one step away from the 7th realm. At this time, the void person came over, what could she say? Especially after Suwu clearly expressed his own meaning through the paraphrase. Saori Kido understands better, she has no way out. That being the case, then open 10 roads to the end. Strive to become a qualified tool person, and will not be sliced into strange props. Surrender, Julian. Kido Saori tried to increase her own value, as long as you cooperate obediently, I will save your life. Better alive than dead, don't you think? Julian. Is this why you let a 6th level peak master of the way of space torment him repeatedly? But this also seemed like a good opportunity. When the battle is over, the power of the Halloween Queen will be taken back by Saori Kido. He can take the opportunity to agree first, and then find an opportunity to send the main body out. At that time, the Queen of Halloween, who is only the peak of the 5th realm, might not be able to keep an eye on him. It still looks dishonest. Just when Julian started to think about it, the Halloween Queen suddenly laughed. With his right hand on the ground, his eyes looked at her for the first time, the fluctuation of soul began to increase by 3.7%, the breath of life began to decrease by 13.6%, and the fluctuation of water element on the body began to decrease by 21.1%. 0.2. Countless factors are included by Halloween Queen and compared with the options in mind. In the end, she looked at option number 37 among the options given to her by Siwu, which fully met all the factors. Slice and pack, bring back as material. So that's the case. It seems that the investment in subduing you will be greater than the effort. Seeing Siwu's underlying meaning, the Halloween Queen raised her palm to Julian. Since you don't want to cooperate, let's send you on your way. What happened? Chapter 545 Yanjing, I can't beat a 4th level? At the same time that Julian was dealt with by the Halloween Queen, Yanjing, who had just left the base camp, also encountered unexpected obstacles. The 4th realm. Looking at the white-haired woman blocking the road in front of him, Yan scratched his head in surprise. Are you, come to join me? No. Is that for offering treasures to me? No. Then why are you here? Yanjing was completely taken aback. Not here to seek refuge, nor to present treasures. Then why did you stop him for no reason? He didn't hide his breath either. It's okay to stop a 6th realm, is this out of mind? I'm here to subdue you. Just when Yanjing was puzzled, Bai Ji's voice came from the front. If you surrender now, you can save your life. Good, sure. This guy is really overwhelmed. It's been a long time since a 09 at the peak of the 4th level dared to challenge a 6th level who broke through the routine. If it was normal, Yanjing, who had nothing to do, might still play with this weird guy. But after noticing something was wrong in the conversation with Julian just now, he just wants to gather up quickly to find out the information in the other party's hands. Since you want to seek death, then I will satisfy you. With a thought in Yanjing's mind, the power of surging flames erupted in an instant. Without the slightest warning, the terrifying fire of extinction spread across Bai Ji's body. Under this terrifying high temperature, the surrounding chaotic airflow was continuously swallowed like fuel. Even the surrounding space was burned and distorted by the leaked breath. Looking at your courage, I will give you a chance to reincarnate, remember to keep your eyes open in the next life. After releasing this blow, Yanjing walked past Bai Ji, ready to continue on his way. But, are you ready to go? Bai Zi's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Yan was startled, turned around and looked over in disbelief. Under his gaze, Bai Ji, who was just wrapped in flames, was standing quietly in place. Not only that, she didn't even suffer the slightest burn marks on her body. How can it be? A mere 4th level player, how did you resist the fire that just destroyed the world? I didn't resist, just ate it. Bai Ji licked her lower lip, as if thinking about something. As expected of the 6th realm, your flames are the highest quality flames I have ever tasted. Have eaten. Yanjing was completely dumbfounded. Just kidding him. If it is said that he used his body to resist, he can still think that some treasure has played a role. But if you eat it directly, there is a high probability that you have used your own strength. But the problem is that in the past battles, he also encountered many main gods who took the way of devouring. Even in the same realm, those guys dare not easily eat his flames. How did this woman in front of her manage to eat across 2 realms? No. You are not just the 4th realm. As if he had noticed something, Yanjing's expression suddenly became serious. You have the aura of Saori Kido on your body, and you share that guy's power. You are sent by Sanctuary. Wrong. Without trying to cover it up again, Bai Ji with a golden light rising from his body shook his head towards him. I am a man of vanity. Ah! Yan was stunned for a moment, which void? Of course it's the one you want. Bai Ji opened her eyes and looked at him calmly. Is there a second famous void in the chaos? Yanjing. There are not a few worlds called void. But to say that it is famous, there is indeed only one. I see. After being silent for more than 10 seconds, Yanjing, who was not stupid at all, finally understood everything. That fellow Julian called me out specially, and it must have something to do with the arrival of the void. If I'm not mistaken, you void are planning to conquer Sayori Kido and her sanctuary. 150. You can understand it that way. Baizi nodded, but that's all incidental. The recruitment of the 6th level is just to supplement the middle level manpower. If you are interested, you can also choose to surrender. Then what if I don't surrender? Yanjing asked, do you want to fight with me? Certainly. Bai Ji gave the answer, the guy who doesn't cooperate, then solve it directly. Even if it is a corpse, the corpse of the 6th realm can also play a great role. Then you can try it. Fiery red wings bloomed behind Yanjing. In the midst of the raging flames, Yan Liang, who was wearing a fiery red armor, turned into a flame war god at this moment. Holding the red spear floating from his body, he aimed at Bai Ji in front of him. As long as you can defeat me, life or death is up to you. Boom. Chapter 546, A Blow of Ultimate Sublimation. Even though Baizi was only in the 4th realm, Yanjing didn't underestimate her. The move that Bai Ji showed before is enough to prove that the opponent came prepared. In order to prevent the car from overturning, Yanjing activated his whole card without hesitation. The soul of Ye Yang. The monstrous flames melted into Yanjing's body in an instant. The breath on the body began to skyrocket visible to the naked eye, and the red hair on the top of the head began to glow with fire. In the next second, he disappeared in place with soaring aura, and appeared in front of Bai Ji. Come on! Let me see what you're capable of. As you wish. The ring obtained from Su Wu was decisively urged by Baizi. Coupled with the strength that Sayori Kido lent her, Hai Aquarai, whose aura had reached a peak, activated his own way of devouring. Like a black hole, terrifying gravity bloomed on her body. Without any intention of defending, she directly raised her palm to meet the attack. Boom! The fiery gun tip collided with the palm, and the terrifying shock wave swayed in all directions. Shake the sky and shake the earth, and shake the universe. The chaotic airflow that was originally restless in the surrounding area suddenly rioted and formed a chaotic storm, covering the battlefield. In the middle of the battlefield, Bai Ji and Yanjing's bodies were deadlocked in mid-air. But before Yanjing was about to increase his strength further, his expression suddenly changed. He was surprised to find that his strength was constantly being swallowed by the opponent. How can it be? Yanjing widened his eyes in disbelief. As a powerhouse in the 6th realm, his control over his own power has already reached a limit. Coupled with the dual blessings of the scorching sun armor on the body and the soul of Ye Yang, the 4th level of the opponent who has temporarily risen by external force can take power from him. Do you still dare to be distracted at this time? Just when Yanjing was in shock, Bai Ji's voice suddenly sounded. Without the slightest hesitation, Yanjing, feeling threatened, backed away. But Bai Ji, who had been prepared for a long time, naturally would not let him escape. Chi! 2 lines of blood that were visible deep into the bones shot out from Yanjing's chest, right arm and left leg in an instant. Is this spider silk? Realizing the truth of the attack, Yan was startled and did not dare to move again. Looking at the surroundings that blocked this area, it was covered with spider threads in every corner. Yan's surprised face looked troubled. Could it be that, long before my arrival, you arranged this venue in advance? Finally realized. Summoning all the spider threads that were originally hidden, Bai Ji's aura grew even higher. As the other party said, this was arranged by her in advance. With the information provided by Su Wu, Yanjing's every move is safe and predictable. As long as you prepare where you must pass, the other party will take the initiative to sneak in like a headless chicken. At that time, with the help of Sayori Kido, Su-Wu will pass on her experience and reinforcement through the ring, as well as the enhancement and assistance of the venue. The combined effect of these three is the real capital for her to challenge the opponent by leapfrogging. Chi! 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 Lines of brand new blood continued to shoot out from every part of Nijing. With the help of the power of the Way of Devouring, Bai Ji's aura, which absorbed part of its power along the way, became more and more intense. Tisk! Can't we fight a protracted war? Noticing the changes in Bai Ji's body, Yan Jing, who was aware of his current situation, did not hesitate any longer. The fire of destruction. With Yan Jing's location as the center, flames born purely for destruction rushed towards the surroundings. Temporarily burning the spider silk near his body, he leaned forward and aimed at Bai Ji with the flaming gun tightly. Since protracted war is not enough, it can only explode naturally. And as a strong man who specializes in the way of flames, it is naturally not difficult for him to erupt. Yan Meteor. The world-exterminating fire stored in Yan Jing's body began to spread and compress on Yan Gun. In just the blink of an eye, the flames that were enough to fill a world were compressed into a layer of red light film, which quietly adhered to the Yan Gun. Chi! 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 White smoke rose from Yan Jing's palm. Facing this high temperature that compressed more than half of his own strength, even Yan Jing couldn't fully grasp it. Terrifying high temperature rose along the junction, and began to continuously burn Liang's arms, torso, and even the whole body. It's not over yet. After adding the buff to the weapon, Yan Jing didn't stop there, good Zhao's. As the flames burned, his body began to gradually evaporate. The white mist, along with the remaining world-exterminating flame, melted into the Yan Gun. Temporarily transforming himself into the spirit of weapons, he manipulated the blood-colored spear to aim at Bai Ji. Die! Boom! The spider silk shield controlled by Bai Ji to resist on the road did not hinder it at all. The blow that gathered all of Yan Jing's strength came to Bai Ji's body in an instant. Well done! Facing this extremely sublimated blow, a smile appeared on Bai Ji's face. Since you want to win so much, then this clone is for you. Yan surprised. Chapter 547, Macefield's Pursuit. Gathering all the strength of Yan Jing's body, the blow landed. Without the slightest hindrance, he pierced through Bai Ji's body in an instant. Terrifying flames burst out, enveloping Bai Ji's entire body in an instant. But this is just useless work. The moment he penetrated Bai Ji's body, he knew that the other party was not trying to scare him. What he hit with this blow was indeed just a clone. It's just that it's different from ordinary avatars. This avatar carries a huge amount of power, and even carries special treasures. That's why he confuses the real ones with false ones, and escapes his investigation. But it was too late for Yan Jing to realize the truth now. After hitting this blow, his state will inevitably fall to the bottom. Even if Bai Ji's condition declines, he will inevitably fall into a disadvantage. Seriously, direct defeat is not impossible. What will happen at that time is naturally self-evident. That was not the result Yan Jing wanted. I can only continue. Yan Jing made a decision instantly. After penetrating through Bai Ji's clone, he didn't choose to stop. Still maintaining the spear state, Yan Jing rushed forward with the remaining strength. Boom! The spider silk field that Bai Ji had arranged in advance was pierced instantly. The monstrous flames spread like spider threads in all directions in an instant. After burning up the entire spider silk field, Yan Jing burst out with the last strength, and rushed forward without looking back. Did you escape? In the blazing spider silk field, Bai Ji's figure resurfaced. Looking at Yan Jing who disappeared from sight, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. This direction is exactly the same as the seventh option explained by Su Wu. It seems that I don't need to make a move. Didn't catch up. On the other side, Ajsi, after confirming that there was no one following behind him, Yan Jing withdrew from the state of human gun integration. In this state, his consumption is really too great. This was a blow with all the strength of his body, and then he was in an overdrawn state to maintain it all the time. As soon as they were separated, Yan Jing, who was constantly emitting white smoke, felt unprecedentedly weak. Cough. It seems that it will take a while to recover. I don't know what happened to Julian's side. He was the first to find out that something was wrong, and he probably got hit directly. You don't have to worry about him. As if in response to Yan Jing's question, a calm voice sounded in vain. Because of the most life-saving means, the Queen of Halloween took action on that side. Unless the second sixth realm intervenes, the probability of him escaping is 0. Who? Yan Jing raised his head, looking vigilantly at the petite figure that suddenly appeared. The one who takes you to the void. With a wave of his palm, Macefield instantly extinguished the oncoming flames. I'll give you 10 seconds. If you surrender now, you will be spared the pain of flesh and blood. The fourth realm again. Yan looked at Macefield in shock and bewilderment. What kind of situation is this? Is this the case in the fourth realm of the void? Even if he is currently in a weak state, his strength cannot be blocked by an ordinary low-level main god. And more importantly, the current one is not the same as the one just now. Bai Ji has the power of Sayori Kido in a short period of time promoted to the peak of the fifth realm. But Macefield was different, she was not subject to any increase. Simply relying on his own strength to extinguish his attack. Just when Yan Jing doubted his life, the ripples of space rippled again. Under his gaze, a man with long black hair and gorgeous armor came out. 1. Yan Jing's eyes widened in surprise. It is different from the arrogant and confident look in the past. At this moment, the man was lowering his head, standing behind Macefield with the same look of doubting his life. The armor on his body was shattered, and his breath was weak to the bottom. Obviously, the opponent just ended a fierce battle. As for the result, Yan's startled eyes fell on Macefield again. VR. 10 seconds are up. Macefield raised his palm and drew a gun of destiny from the void. Since you didn't give an answer, then I will default to your rejection. Yan surprised. No, you just finished fighting with a 6th level player, are you planning to continue fighting with him? When meeting Macefield in front of him, he didn't mean to be joking, and Yan Liang, who felt that he was insulted, took a deep breath. Aaron. Join forces and FK her. Forget it. Facing Yan Jing's proposal, Aaron, who was not bound by anything, unexpectedly refused. I can't beat it, Yan Jing. This guy has a secret treasure of chaos on him. Yan surprised. Then why didn't you say it earlier? Chapter 548, Yog's Conspiracy. Chaos Secret Treasure? Boom. The moment Aaron's voice fell, a black radiance suddenly rose from Macefield standing in front of him. Anger, hatred, laziness, killing intent. As if gathering all the negative emotions in the world, the black aura turned into substance and spread around. Without the strength to resist, the Yan Liang that had just erupted was instantly swallowed up. How can this be? Feeling the suppressed power in his body, Yan Jing's face was full of confusion. 467 Why do you have chaos secret treasure? That is a secret treasure of chaos. Even if it is placed in chaos, it is also a top-level treasure. Even if it is a powerhouse in the 6th realm, few people have treasures of this level. Why is there a mere 4th realm? Even if the other party is a void person, that would be too unreasonable. Don't you resist? On the other side, noticing that Yan Jing didn't seem to intend to fight back, Macefield showed a look of disappointment on his face. No fun, no backbone at all. Do you dare to throw away the secret treasure of chaos before saying this? Forget it, anyway, there was a fight just now. Since you don't want to fight, then follow me. After leaving a special black mark on Yan Jing's body, Mace Field temporarily took back the surrounding black fields. Although it is already a monster in the main god realm that can leapfrog battles, maintaining this state is still a lot of consumption for her. It is also a good choice to save some effort. Since the enemies involved do not have the seventh realm, the actions of the Halloween Queen and others went unexpectedly smoothly. Basically without any hindrance, they took down 3 of the sixth realm. Carrying a lot of treasures, Sayori and others, Wang Li, the Halloween girl who completed the task, immediately set off on her way home. On the other side, Yog, who was deflated by Mockinthales, did not go as smoothly as the Queen of Halloween. Maybe it's because they are afraid of the whole cards of the void side, or maybe they just don't want to be involved in this trouble. After spending several months, he barely got together a qualified number of allies. Everyone, get ready to act. In the interlayer of time and space filled with bubbles covered with the power of time and space, Yog manipulated the body of the human silhouette and slowly opened his mouth. The manpower has been assembled, it is time to launch the final general attack on the void. Aren't you looking for anyone anymore? Above the space-time mezzanine, the hierarch of truth, wearing a white robe inlaid with gold trim and with a face emitting a strong white light, looked at him. As far as I know, you probably haven't asked about all the seventh realms yet. Enough is enough. Seemingly knowing what the other party wanted to say, Yog shook his head. Once the seventh realm of this war exceeds 10, it will attract the attention of Chaos Order. At that time, whether it is the other party or us, we will only suffer losses and let others take advantage of it. That guy also knows this, so he will control the strength of the seventh realm at hand to 5. Interesting. Not far from the leader of the truth, the tall projection with a barbaric atmosphere burst into laughter. You mean your guy can manually create the seventh realm on a large scale? Even if it is the Lord of the Void in the rumors, it is too exaggerated. That's what happened. As a victim of the last war, Yog could be said to be the most sensitive about this matter. The opponent definitely has this ability. It's just that in order to avoid too many seventh realms and lead to greater disputes and conflicts, the other party will control the number of personnel within a certain range at 3.6. But you can rest assured that I have revealed what will happen next to the seventh realm of chaos. Even if they don't shoot directly, they will cast their eyes. With so many people watching, no matter how daring Su Wu is, it is impossible for him to break through to the 8th level. In other words, they have been invincible from the very beginning. Chapter 549 Increase Contract Ring. Void, Dream World. Walking down from the huge battleship fortress, Sayori Kido walked towards the depths of the territory with the Halloween Queen leading the way. Compared with her previous outfits, today she is wearing a long white dress and a pair of crystal shoes, making her look even more noble. Arrive! The Halloween Queen's voice came from ahead. Ka! As if he noticed that it was his own people, the closed metal gate in front slowly opened to both sides. The spiritual plant that exudes the atmosphere of chaos, the long table supported by the top-grade purple wood, and the sofa made of the fur of chaotic creatures. A reception room with simple decoration but faintly revealing luxury appeared in front of the two of them. But 09. Compared with the unknowns in the room, the black-haired man sitting on the main seat is the most eye-catching. First meeting, Lord of the Void. Sayori Kido took a step forward and greeted her respectfully. I am Sayori Kido from the Sanctuary, and I am invited by you to come to the Void to participate in the next battle. Sit down. Su Wu gestured to the sofa opposite. You don't have to be too nervous. Although I came here this time to ask you to help, in general, I am not going to let you do it yourself. Then what are you going to ask me to do? Sayori Kido looked at Su Wu suspiciously. I need your origin. Su Wu raised his hand and pointed to Shimo Kido Sayori's chest. You are based on the original contract, and you have walked out a unique way of the main god. Although it has evolved several times in the process, it is still the same source. As long as I have it, I will be able to further enhance the effect of the ring of contract and maximize the power of your Lord God's way. Kido Sayori was silent for a while. So do I need to sign the origin contract? Yes. Suwu affirmed. When are you going to sign? With no option to refuse, Suwu expressed his attitude directly and forcefully. For the origin of Sayori Kido, he is a must. No matter what method the opponent uses, even trying to blow himself up, he will predict and get it in advance. On the other side, faced with Suwu's aggressive attitude, Sayori Kido gave the answer after being silent for a few seconds again. Just now. End it early, and save you from thinking about me all the time. You're a smart guy. A smile appeared on Suwu's face. Don't worry, I will reward those who have made merit. Since you are willing to cooperate, you can also reap a lot of benefits. The ring of the contract, this chaotic secret treasure, is the source of the original contract. And Sayori Kido's way of the main god is derived based on the original contract. Integrating the origin of Sayori Kido into the ring of contract can not only increase the effect of the ring of contract, but also allow Sayori Kido to feel the core of the ring of contract up close. 020 Sayori Kido is the pinnacle of the 6th realm, only one step away from the 10th chapter. After experiencing the benefits of the ring of contract in a disguised form, her chances of breakthrough increased by at least 30%. As long as Suwu is willing to help, he can even increase this probability to 100%. At that time, not only Kido Sayori's strength will be improved like never before. After advancing to the 7th realm, her original strength will also be further improved, thereby increasing the increase of the ring of contract. It can be said that this is a win-win situation. Let's start. Suwu stretched out a palm and summoned a black original contract magic circle. Take out your origin and put it inside. Chapter 550, The Spirit of the Contract Ring. Take out the source? Hearing Suwu's words, Sayori Kido, who didn't expect such a strong first step, froze for a moment. But as she said before, she had already made all the preparations. Since she chose to take this path, no matter how surprising Suwu's words were, she had to cooperate. Huge coercion emerged from Sayori Kido, and the golden scepter of Higan slowly floated out from her forehead. It was an avatar of her origin, and at the same time her everything. Just put it in like that? Kido Sayori asked. Well, just put it in. Suwu still maintains the posture of the magic circle unfolding. Don't worry about conflicts causing damage to the source. With the ring of contract as a medium, unless you are in the 8th realm, there will be no accidents. In other words, can even the 7th realm sign a contract of origin through that ring? Glancing at the ring on Suwu's finger, Kido Sayori didn't hesitate this time. The ring controlled the golden scepter and fell into the black magic circle. Like a bottomless abyss, the black magic circle completely swallowed the essence of Sayori Kido without stirring up any waves. With the disappearance of the black magic circle, Sayori Kido could clearly feel a deep connection had been established between herself and Suwu. This way, W. Sayori Kido opened her mouth, wanting to ask about the situation. But before she could finish speaking, a surging force suddenly emerged from her body accompanied by a lot of insights. It was transmitted along the original contract, which was full of flaws about her main god way, and ways to fill them up. After a quick glance, she raised her head to look at Suwu in front of her in surprise. Did you give me all these? It's not me, it's her. Suwu raised his palm, indicating the contract ring on his finger. As the top chaos secret treasure, the ring of contract naturally has its own spirit. It's just that in normal times, the other party spends most of the time in a deep sleep state to accumulate strength, and doesn't take much action. But after Suwu signed the original contract with Sayori Kido, she woke up after sensing a similar aura. Hong asked me to tell you that you are qualified enough. Work hard to grow to the 7th level, and you can become its next generation holder. Make me the next generation holder. Saori Kido looked at So Wu in confusion. How about you? A hint of doubt flashed in So Wu's eyes, as if he couldn't understand why the other party would ask such a weird question. I naturally became the holder of the previous generation. You should understand, I don't mean this. Saori Kido understood the power of the original contract a long time ago. And after experiencing the power of the ring of contract just now, she understands how suitable this chaotic secret treasure is for her. If she can really become the owner of the other party, she is confident to break through to the 7th level and become one of the not weak ones. But is So Wu really willing to give up this precious treasure? For the sake of her own safety, Danyos, Saori in the city felt that she had to express her attitude. But before she could speak, So Wu first said, "Dog. You don't have to think too much. The ring of the contract is indeed precious to me, but that is only now. When I complete the next stage of breakthrough, its help to me will be greatly reduced. Hong also understands this, and will designate you as the next generation holder." Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.